OMG.
And all interested with you in the deliverance and prosperity of Israel. And blessed will they be who, to any extent, yield themselves as his servants in fulfilling his will as predicted. 14. When the Mormon Church needed financing in the late 19th century, they went to Kuhn, Lub Company 15 to explain the Rothschilds' control of Kuhn, Lub Company. Here is some background information. The method that the House of Rothschild used to gain influence was the same that royalty had used for centuries: marriage. The Rothschild children, girls and boys, have had their spouses chosen on the basis of alliances that would benefit the House of Rothschild, but since consolidating world power they generally have married cousins these last 2 centuries. 16. Jacob Schiff grew up in the house that the Rothschilds had at 148 Judengasse, Frankfurt. Jacob Schiff came to the United States with Rothschild capital and took over control of a small Jewish banking concern founded by 2 Cincinnati dry goods merchants, Abraham Kuhn and Solomon Lub. He even married Solomon's daughter. In 1885, Lub retired, and Schiff ran the Kuhn, Lub Company for the Rothschilds until 1920, when he died. 17. During Russell's and Brigham Young's day, Lord Rothschild was considered the lay leader of world Jewry. 18. Edmund Rothschild was president of the Jewish Colonization Associates. 19, which was a major Zionist group. Amselm Rothschild indicated that his grandfather Amschel Meyer Rothschild had insisted in Clause 15 of his will to his children, may they and their descendants remain constantly true to their ancestral Jewish faith. 20. However, the will has been secret, and there is no way of knowing what it says. The Rothschilds have not remained true to the Orthodox faith. If this was actually what Clause 15 said, then something is amiss. The Jewish world has showered the Rothschilds with praises. The Rothschilds govern a Christian world, not a cabinet moves without their advice. They stretch their hand with equal ease, from Petersburg to Vienna, from Vienna to Paris, from Paris to London, from London to Washington. Baron Rothschild, the head of the house, is the true king of Judah, the prince of the captivity, the Messiah so long looked for by this extraordinary people. The lion of the tribe of Judah. Baron Rothschild possesses more real force than David, more wisdom than Solomon. 21. The Prière de Sion, the elders of Sion. 22 also relates to the Rothschilds, who are reported to serve on a Jewish council of elders of Sion. 23. The Rothschilds have helped the Jewish people the Rothschilds' own way. For those who admire stinginess, the Rothschilds will be greatly looked up to. For instance, the extent of James Rothschild's charity in France to poor Jews was 5 francs, the equivalent of $1. Their dynasty has destroyed honest Jews along with Christians. Today, few dare criticize the Rothschilds. Co-masters of THE World Connections to secret societies, the Rothschilds had played a major role in the Bavarian Illuminati. 25. And it is known that at least one of the sons of Amsel was a member. As the reader remembers, Amsel placed his sons in the major European capitals, where they each set up the principal banking houses. By their own secret intelligence service and their own news network, they could outmaneuver any European government. 26. The large amounts of voluminous correspondence by Rothschild couriers attracted attention. 27. But no one ever stopped their personal intelligence and mail services. After the Bavarian Illuminati were exposed, the central occult power over the European secret societies shifted to Carbonarisma.K.A. The Alta Vendita, 28, led by another powerful Rothschild, Karl Rothschild, 29, son of Amschel.In 1818, Karl participated in a secret document that was sent out to the headquarters of Masonry from the Alta Vendita. The Masons were quite distressed when a copy of this was lost, and offered rewards to anyone who could return the lost copy. It was originally written in Italian. Its title translates, Permanent Instructions, or Practical Code of Rules, Guide for the Heads of the Highest Grades of Masonry. 30. The Masonic Reference Book, 10,000 Famous Freemasons, Volume 4, p.74, indicates two other sons of Amschel were Masons, James Meyer Rothschild, and his brother Nathan Meyer Rothschild. James Rothschild in Paris was a 33-degree Scottish Rite Mason, and his brother Nathan in London was a member of the Lodge of Emulation. And Jewish Freemason cats indicate Solomon May Rothschild, a third member of the Five Brothers, was initiated into Freemasonry on June 14, 1809. 31. The Rothschilds became powerful within Freemasonry.
The Masonic system comprises three fundamental elements often referred to as craft degrees. These include entered apprentice, fellow craft, and master mason. Each degree represents a unique phase in Mason's progression toward understanding and embodying core values such as integrity and service. According to Freemasons Community.life, with symbols like double-headed eagle representing power and cross alongside crown denoting victory through sacrifice tied to it, 33rd degree Masons embody superior authority and influential capabilities within Freemasonic traditions.
We find the Saint-Simonians, the occult religious millennialist forerunners of communism, praising Baron de Rothschild in their magazine The Globe. There is no one today who better represents the triumph of equality and work in the 19th century than M. Le Baron de Rothschild. Was this Jew born a millionaire? No. He was born poor. And if only you knew what genius, patience, and hard work were required to construct that European edifice called the House of Rothschild, you would admire rather than insult it. Lionel de Rothschild, the de was added by the French Rothschilds, was involved with the First Communist International. The Mason Mazzini, who helped start communism, praised Rothschild. Rothschild could be king of France if he so desired. 32 Adolphe Crémieux was a French Jewish Mason, see chapter 1.4 for his credentials. The Rothschilds gave at least £000 to Crémieux to go to Damascus with Salomon Monk and Sir Moses Montefiore to win the release of Jews imprisoned there, and to convince the Turkish Sultan to declare the charges of ritual murder false. 33 According to 3 Jewish authors of Dope Incorporated. The B'nai B'rith was a spin-off of the Order of Zion and was organized as a covert intelligence front for the House of Rothschild. It is highly probable that the B'nai B'rith was used as a Rothschild intelligence cover. The Rothschilds are prominent in the Bilderbergers too. The Rothschilds were closely related to the Council of Foreign Relations, CFR. Although many people today would not view the CFR as a secret society, it was originally set up as part of a secret society, and it was kept secret for many years, in spite of its awesome power. Carroll Quigley, professor of international relations at the Jesuit Georgetown University, exposed the Round Table Group with his book Tragedy and Hope. 34. The Rothschilds supported Rhodes to form De Beers. 35. Later, Rhodes made 7 wills which established a secret society modeled after the Jesuits and Masons to help bring in a one-world government centered upon Britain, and the Rhodes Scholarships. 36 The inner group was established in March 1891 and consisted of Rhodes, Stead, Lord Esher, Brett, and 33 Mason Alfred Milner. 33 BB, a secondary circle of potential members of the Circle of Initiates, consisted of the Jew Lord Balfour, Sir Harry Johnson, Lord Rothschild, Lord Grey and others. Initially, Lord Rothschild was part of the inner group of Rhodes' secret society, but was replaced by his son-in-law Lord Rosebery, who wasn't as conspicuous. 37 The Fabian Socialists dominated the staff at Oxford when the Rhodes Scholars began arriving. These scholars then received indoctrination and preparation to become part of an international socialist New World Order. 38. The Round Table Group developed from the inner executive circle of Rhodes' secret society. The outer circle was established after the start of the 20th century. The Round Table Group was extended after by organizing a front organization, the Royal Institute of International Affairs. The Council of Foreign Relations was the American part of this front. The inner circle continues to direct the outer circle, and its 2 front organizations are IIA and CFR. The CER in turn set up a number of fronts including the Institute of Pacific Relations, IPR. Co-masters of THE World Management of the Catholic and Czar's wealth and the capture of the Orthodox Church's wealth. Early in the 19th century the Pope came to the Rothschilds to borrow money. The Rothschilds were very friendly with the Pope, causing one journalist to sarcastically say, "Rothschild has kissed the hand of the Pope. Order has at last been re-established." 39 The Rothschilds, in fact over time, were entrusted with the bulk of the Vatican's wealth. The Jewish NC, Volume 2. Page 497 states, "It is a somewhat curious sequel to the attempt to set up a Catholic competitor to the Rothschilds that at the present time." 1905. The latter are the guardians of the papal treasure. Researcher Eustace Mullins writes that the Rothschilds took over all the financial operations of the worldwide Catholic Church in 1823. 40. Today the large banking and financial business of the Catholic Church is an extensive system interlocked with the Rothschilds and the rest of the international banking system. The great wealth of Russian Tsars was entrusted to the Rothschilds, $35 million with the Rothschilds Bank of England, and $80 million in the Rothschilds Paris Bank. The Rothschilds financed the Russian Revolution which confiscated vast portions of the Orthodox Church's wealth. They have been able to prevent, due to their power, the legitimate heirs of the Tsar's fortune to withdraw a penny of the millions deposited in a variety of their banks. The Mountbattens, who are related to the Rothschilds, led the court battles to prevent the claimants from withdrawing any of the fortune. In other words, the money they invested in the Russian Revolution was not only paid back directly by the Bolshevists in millions of dollars of gold, but by grabbing the huge deposits of the Tsar's wealth, the Rothschilds gained what is now worth over $50 billions, 41. Co-masters of THC World Control over Satanism and WITCHCRAFT Chapter 2.11 gives the names of a witchcraft council of 13, which is under Rothschild control, and in turn issue orders to various groups. One of the purest form of Satanism can be traced to the Jewish Sabbatean sect and its Frankist spin-off. The leaders of this up to the Rothschilds were Sabbatai Zevi, 1626 to 1676. Nathan of Gaza, 16. Jacob Frank, 1726 to 1791, Rothschilds. Three connections between Satanism, evil, and money. Money naturally attracts itself to evil. For instance, if a woman prostitutes herself, she may receive a great sum of money, but who will pay her for keeping her virginity or her dignity? If you are a hitman, a large amount of money is yours if you kill your target. Who will pay you if you would miss your target? Second, evil men believe in where there is a will there is a way, and they are willing to sell their souls for their god money. They will employ evil to gain money. While most people are quite aware of these last two connections, a third may likely have escaped their attention. Thirdly, the principal group of men who cranked up international banking were Satanists from the beginning. These Satanists now are the ones who run the Federal Reserve and are responsible for the creation of U.S. Federal Reserve notes. Just having total control over the supply of U.S. paper money almost gives them leverage over the world's finances, without mentioning they control the World Bank. It is no accident then, that once they established world financial control, they would do all in their power to divide and conquer and destroy both the Christian and the Muslim faith in God. These powerful bankers relate to faith in God as Cain related to his brother Abel. That they may be related to the Jewish people does not mean they have the Jewish people's best interest at heart. Initially, Sabbatai Zevi was rejected by many Jews. His sect gained momentum in second half of the 17th century in southeastern Poland, 42, in 1759 to 60, 500 Jewish Sabbateans converted to Christianity. 43 in 1715, 109 of the 415 Jewish families in Frankfurt were engaged in moneylending. The rest were merchants of various kinds. The concepts that Satanism holds to were a natural shoe in to justify for many of these Jewish bankers the type of behavior they were engaged in. 44. Long story short, many divisions and battles between religious elements in the world have been encouraged and supported by the power's wealth. Unfortunately, many have been fooled into thinking that being devout and faithful to God is the source of religious fighting. In some areas of the world, Muslims, Christians, and others have gotten along fine for centuries. Religious tensions do spring to some degree from within the religions themselves, but the fuel to keep those fires burning and to light up conflicts often come from the power's wealth. An obvious example is the Iran-Iraq War. Co-masters of the world control over WW.ITREATY when Germany fell, not only did Rothschild agents draft the treaty, prepare the idea of the League of Nations, but Max Rothschild was one of 11 men who took control over Bavaria. Max Rothschild was a Freemason in Lodge No. 11, Munich, Germany. Co-masters of THE World Connections to MI5, Rockefellers, JP. Morgan, CFR, et al. Victor Rothschild, who worked for JP. Morgan and Company, and was an important part of MI5, British intelligence. Victor Rothschild was also a communist and member of the Apostles' Club at Cambridge. 45 Lord Rothschild was one of the original members of Rhodes' Round Table Group, which developed into the CFR. It was the Rothschilds who had financed Cecil Rhodes, beginning in Africa. The Rothschilds have several agents, which their money got started, and who still serve them well, the Morgans and the Rockefellers. The Rockefellers were Maano Jews. The original Rockefeller made his money selling narcotics. They weren't illegal then. After acquiring a little capital, he branched Utan Oil. But it was the Rothschild capital that made the Rockefellers so powerful. They also financed the activities of Edward Harriman, railroads, and Andrew Carnegie Steel. 46. Co-masters of THE World Power, within Christ and the Rothschilds, also wielded much influence and power not only in secret societies, but also in Christem's churches. The Salvation Army, under the suggestion of the Rothschilds, adopted their shield, Roth Red Shield, for their logo. One history of the Rothschilds remarks, the Rothschilds had rapidly propelled themselves into a position of immense financial power and political influence. They were an independent force in the life of Europe, accountable to no one, and, to a large extent, reliant on no one. Popular lampoons depicted them as the real rulers of Christendom. 47. Some of the Rothschilds have been involved in the campaign to loosen public morals. The first executive secretary of the National Student Forum was John Rothschild. This National Student Forum changed its name like articles of clothing. Speaking about clothing, one of the aims of this socialist group was to promote public nudity and free love. This organization had the following constituent groups: Radcliffe Liberal Club, Union Theological Seminary Contemporary Club, Yale Liberal Club, 48, to name just a few. A further development of this was the Youth Peace Federation, which consisted of the League of Youth of Community Church, Methodist Epworth League, NY District, Young Judea, and Young People's Fellowship of St. Philip's Parish, 49, to name a few. American religious men have ties to the Rothschilds, especially through their various agents. Harry Emerson Fosdick, who was pastor of Rockefeller's Church, was also among the presidents of Rockefeller Foundation. John Foster Dulles, CFR, was chairman of the board of the Rockefeller Foundation, and married a Rockefeller, Janet Pomeroy Avery. Remember, John Foster Dulles was an important Federal Council of Churches of Christ official. See Chapter 2.9, Every Road Leads Back to the Rothschilds. There are more items than what have been mentioned above linking the Rothschilds to various tentacles. Each of the various tentacles that conspiracy theorists have put forth, the Jews, the Masons, the intelligence communities, the international bankers, the Priya de Sion, the Catholics, the Trilateral Commission, the CFR, the New Age, the cult stash, each ties back to the Rothschilds' power. Extent of Rothschild POWER. According to one source, it was estimated that they controlled half the wealth of the world. 50. The Federal Reserve Bank of New York was controlled by 5 banks, which owned 53% of its stock. These 5 banks were controlled by Nathan M. Rothschild and Sons of London. Control over the US Fed is basically control over the world's money. That fact alone shows how immense the Rothschild power is. If one examines who has been appointed to head the Fed and to run it, the connections of Federal Reserve System to the Rothschilds can further be seen. Another private enterprise using the name Federal that the Rothschilds also direct is Federal Express. Anyone else might be taken to court for making their businesses sound like they're a government, not the Rothschilds. It is appropriate for them to appropriate the name of Federal, because by way of MI6 via the CIA they instruct the US government. Senators are bought and paid off by their system, as investigators of the BCCI are discovering. The Rothschilds have been intimately involved in witchcraft, and the Illuminati since its early known history. The Kaiser of Germany seems to refer to them when he said, "The magic powers of money as wielded by the Lord of Lucre are powers of black magic, at its blackest." 51. If only half of the wealth is controlled by the Rothschilds, it indicates that if they are to be part of the world's rulership, they must have allies. ALLIES. The Rothschilds and Rockefellers are only 2 of 13 controlling families of the Illuminati. 52. 2 Jewish families that appear to be prominent are the Oppenheims and the Oppenheimers. A. Oppenheim was situated in Cologne. The Oppenheimers were early members of the Bavarian Illuminati. The Bund der Gerechten, League of the Just, was an Illuminati front run mainly by Jews who were Satanists. This Bund, financed in part by the Rothschilds, paid the Satanist and Mason Karl Marx to write the Communist Manifesto. The Jew Gumpel Oppenheim was in the inner circle of the Bund. His relative Heinrich Oppenheim masterminded the Communist Revolution of 1848 in Germany. The Communist Party's official histories even accept the Bund as the predecessor of communism. The Oppenheimers apparently are close to the Rothschilds. J. Robert Oppenheimer of the CFR was exposed as a communist. Harry Oppenheimer, an international banker, is chairman of the Jewish De Beers Worldwide Diamond Monopoly and chairman of the Anglo-American Corporation. Oppenheimers can be found in important financial positions in the US. They help run around 10 large foundations, including the Oppenheimer-Haas Trust of NY for the care of needy Jewish children. The Jewish NC. Volume 2, p. 496 indicates other Jewish families adopted the Rothschild plan. These were the Lazards, Sterns, Spires, and Seligmans. The Rothschild plan was to place family members in the 5 largest European capitals to coordinate their activities. One of Germany's largest magazines is the Stern. And Ernst Stern is second in command of the World Bank. 53. The Jewish families that established the Frankfurt Judenloge, this was the Masonic lodge the Rothschilds belonged to in Frankfurt, included the Adlers, Spires, Rieses, Sichels, Elissons, Hanaus, Geisenheimers, and Goldschmidts. Isaac Hildesheim, a Jew who changed his name to Justus Hiller, is credited as being the founder of this Frankfurt lodge. Michael Hess, principal of the Reformed Jewish School Philanthropin, was an important figure in the lodge too, as was Dr. Ludwig Baruch, later born, who joined in 1808. Most of these Frankfurt Jewish Freemasons engaged in commerce. 54. Those Freemasons from 1817 to 1842 were the leaders of the Frankfurt Jewish community. 55. A Gentile Mason in Frankfurt, Johann Christian Ehrmann, began warning the German people that the Frankfurt Jewish Masons wanted a world republic based on humanism. In 1816, he came out with a warning pamphlet, Das Judentum in der M, or Rear, Why, the Jews in Masonry. A powerful ally of the world's Jewry can be seen beginning with men like Oliver Cromwell, who was considered a Mason. Cromwell was financed by Jews, and helped the Jews gain power in England. Cromwell was willing to go along with the Jews, because he became convinced of British Israelism. Since the core of the conspiracy of power is Jewish, the attitude of those allied with it hinges on their attitude toward the Jewish people. The religious idea that the British people are descended from the tribes of Israel doesn't automatically place people into the camp of the conspiracy. Some of the British Israelites realize that the so-called Jewish people in general have no claim over the promises of God. For that reason, they realize that it is not the Christian duty to bow and scrape at their every move. When Christians can be arrested in Israel and abused, and Christians will not even stand up for their own kind, we can see how much hold the idea of the chosen race theory has over Christendom. Some of the British Israelites, such as the Mormons, the old New England wealthy families such as make up the Order, some Masons and New Agers, and the non-Jewish members of the Pre-Ua de Sion are collaborating with the One World Power. The Anglican Church, which is run by the Freemasons, is strongly British-Israelistic. Sorting out the various identity groups in contrast, a hodgepodge of groups, which are opposed to the conspiracy like some neo-Nazi groups, and various churches unrelated with them are also believers in British Israelism. These various groups are sometimes all lumped together as the identity movement, which is misleading because of their vast differences. It is important to differentiate between those groups that are trying to approach things from a Christian perspective and place themselves under the authority of God, and those who are setting themselves up under the New Order's authority, or under their own authority. Co-Masters of the World, the media Eustace Mullins, has published his research in his book, Who Owns the TV Networks, showing that the Rothschilds have control of all 3 U.S. networks, plus other aspects of the recording and mass media industry. It can be added that they control Reuters too. From other sources it appears CNN, which began as an independent challenge to the Jewish network monopoly, ran into repeated trickery, and ended up part of the system. Money from BCCI has been one of the New World Order's financial systems for doing its dirty business, such as controlling congressmen, and ICE involved with INSLA, the Iran-Contra scandal, Centrust, and other recent scandals, which has tainted so many aspects of public power in the US. Has also been behind CNN. Perhaps nothing dominates the life of some Americans as does the television. Americans sit themselves before the television set and simply absorb what it projects to them. On a day-to-day basis, the biggest way the Rothschilds stouch the lives of Americans are the 3 major networks, which are under Rothschild direction. To illustrate this, we will examine who run the networks. This list is not current, and no attempt was to provide that. The length of writing a book ensures that some material will be dated anyway. T.H.E. Rothschild's history, B.Y., a Jewish writer related T.O.T.H.E.R.O.T.H.S.C.H.I.L.D.S. Jewish writer Anka Mulestin wrote a book, Baron James, The Rise of the French Rothschilds. I prefer paraphrase and make short quotes from her book, because I am trying to document for the reader the mindset and history of T.H.C. Rothschilds. Anka Mulestein has nothing against the Rothschilds, so it will be easier for the reader to accept what SHC says about them than from me. I can't require the reader to read her book, but I can try to summarize some of the appropriate thoughts. Other books also relate many of the things Anka does, but again, if I write a footnoted article, it will not carry the weight as me paraphrase will. The reader is recommended to read the book first-hand if he has the time and is interested in the details of James' life. The Jews in the 18th century were restricted to living in ghettos. Maya Amschel Rothschild lived in the Frankfurt ghetto. Page 22. The Jews were oppressed by outsiders. Page 23. They lived in geographically isolated and self-contained communities. P. 24. The Jewish communities in Europe used a secret relay system between all the ghettos. Hebrew characters were one effective code. Page 24. Because of the persecution and repression, the Jewish communities were very tight, knit and highly organized. Page 23. They were deeply hostile to the Christian people. Christians had restricted their own people from moneylending with interest, so lending money on interest had become a Jewish enterprise. The German princes of Thurn and Taxis in the 16th century initiated a postal service. Meyer Amschel loaned them money. Page 21. Certainly they, the Rothschilds, discovered the latitude that the Thurn and Taxis allowed themselves in unsealing letters, possibly divulging their contents, and according to their own interests, delaying or accelerating delivery. Page 22. When it profited Meyer Amschel, he would hire Christians, but in general his business and banking were conducted by his close-knit family. For instance, Meyer Amschel hired a young Christian woman to write his letters for him. p. 25. Meyer Amschel Rothschild and his family were wholeheartedly Jewish. Page 27. Meyer Amschel Rothschild picked his son's wives for the business gains the wives would bring the family. The oldest son was not happy with this. Actually, he was bitter because he was denied marriage to the woman he loved, but he complied with his father's choice. Page 26. Amschel's daughters all married bankers in Worms, Sichel, and Bathus. Page 26. Meyer had 10 children and they were all employed in the family business. Page 25. The Jews were taught from childhood up that the Christians were to blame for all their woes, and that the Christians were to be feared and detested. Page 24. Meyer Amschel had secret, underground passages. Page 22. His carriage was honeycombed with secret drawers. Page 27. The Napoleonic War greatly helped the Rothschild business. p. 27. Rothschild even outsmarted Napoleon because the Rothschilds had such good connections. Page 38. The Rothschilds smuggled during the English blockade of Napoleon's Europe and made millions. Page 33. The Rothschilds changed course constantly during this period, always maneuvering to avoid any kind of political commitment. Page 34. One of the things Meyer Amschel set up was to disperse his 5 sons to the major capitals of Europe. Anker attributes their respectability of Jewish money lending to the help it gave merchants and entrepreneurs. See chapter 3.2. This author's view is that merchants had been borrowing for centuries prior to interest-taking becoming acceptable by society in the 19th century. It was greatly in part due to who owned and controlled the major newspapers in the 19th century, Jews and Masons, that led the public to change. The obligation to reimburse a loan and to pay interest became less onerous to men whose affairs had flourished as a result of the borrowed money. The Jewish lender ceased to be a bloodsucker. Often, indeed, he became an associate of the borrower. Page 31. The Bible says a borrower is a slave to the lender, hardly an association to be desired. The business of financing monarchs was lucrative. The Rothschilds had developed several traits in the ghetto that made their family hard to stop. The great gift the Frankfurt ghetto bestowed upon him, James Rothschild, was adaptability, a quality matched by the driving force of his ambition, his prodigious energy, tremendous powers of concentration, and determination to get even with Christians. James set out to make his place in the world. Page 40. The 5 Rothschild brothers, each in the 5 major European capitals, set up their own private courier system, which was faster than the regular mail. Page 47. The Rothschilds had news, whether political or economic, faster than anyone else, including the monarchs. Thus the Rothschilds had news before anyone else, including ministers of government. They also understood how to make use of it. Page 47. somewhat akin to how money could be made off of knowing the future. The Rothschilds' normal correspondence to each other was in code, page 46. Their world was one of finance, politics and secrecy. In the ante-Napoleonic time period, the Rothschilds increased their wealth tenfold. Page 47, James. He enjoyed, moreover, a rock-solid strength and stability, built up by his family, that family simultaneously closed tight like a fist, united by mutual confidence and an invisible wall of secrecy, yet wide open to the outside world. Such was the cohesion of the Rothschilds, that the removal of one or more of them left no gap in their common defenses. The Rothschilds carried out espionage with their own intelligence service, and other questionable subversive activities, but none of these could be tracked. Whenever Meyer Amschel and his sons were on the verge of being caught out, some highly placed person stepped in and stopped the investigation. Page 36. They made their money doing technically illegal activity. The original large sum of money made Waistow take the Elector of Hesse's large sum, and instead of investing it into government bonds, as directed to put it to use at investments of higher returns, and giving the Elector the return from the government bonds. Anker writes, "The Elector was never the wiser. But even if he had been, he could hardly have complained of disobedience." Page 34. In summary, the mafia-like closeness of the Rothschild family, along with their tactic to situate themselves in all the major capitals, along with their own quick secret personal news intelligence, the mail service gave them the contacts and the power to manipulate all kinds of business opportunities. 1. Lord Rothschild. The Shadow of a Great Man. London, 1982, p.6.2. Wilson, Derek. Rothschild: The Wealth and Power of a Dynasty. N.Y., Charles Scribner's Sons. p. 101. Source of quote given in the book. 3. Armstrong, George. Rothschild Money Trust. CPA reprint of 1940 ed. pp 66-88. Also in this vein read Mullins, Eustace. The World Order. pp. 31-33, and other sources too. 4. Dahms, Anton. The Delusion of British Israelism. N.Y., Loiseau Brothers, pp. 186-187. 5. Dahms, Op. Cit. Plus there are numerous other accounts of how Israel was started with British help, and one has to simply see who did it and their Rothschild connections. 6. As quoted in Sampson, Anthony. The Money Lenders. Middlesex, E.N.G., Penguin Books, Limited. 1985, page 37. 7. Encyclopedia Judaica, p. 696. 8. Moore, Gordon. The Hidden Power Behind Freemasonry. Burnsville, Minnesota, Weissman Public, 1990. p. 154. 8a. Various high-ranking Satanists that the power of God has pulled out of Satanism have said they were eyewitnesses to Satan appearing at the Rothschilds. What they witnessed when Satan showed up at the Rothschilds was that Satan appeared as an extremely beautiful man, except his hooves would be cloven. He would wear a black tuxedo to gamble and play cards. Winnings were sexual victims, and a white tuxedo when coming only to socialize. 9. An excellently researched book by a Christian journalist of Jewish ancestry, is the 6-point star by O.J. Graham. New Puritan Library, 1984. This book covers the satanic, the magic history of the Seal of Solomon before its modern Jewish use. The book shows how the symbol was not a Jewish symbol until recent times. 10. Goldberg, M. Hirsch. The Jewish Connection. N.Y. Stein and Day, 1976, page 197. 11. Kiesler, Arthur. The 13th Tribe. N.Y. Random House, 1976, pp. 136 to 137. 12. The Satanic Star is referred to in Acts 7 verse 43, in Amos 5 verses 25 to 26. The shield carried by King David was traditionally believed to be engraved either with the name of God or the menorah, or Psalm 67. Ziegel, Richard and Carl Rhines. Metamorphoses of a Tree, 10 Jewish Symbols and Their Meanings, Jewish 44 Almanac. New York, Bantam Books, 1980, p. 515. 13. Hall, Manly p. 33 degrees. Masonic, Hermetic, Kabbalistic, and Rosicrucian Symbolical Philosophy. L7 ed. L.A. C.A. The Philosophical Research Society, 1971, p. CXLV.14. Wait December 1891, pp 170-71. See also WTR, page 1342. CT. Russell's letter was sent by him from Palestine in August 1891 to Rothschild. 15. Taylor, Samuel W. Rocky Mountain Empire, the Latter-day Saints Today. N.Y. Macmillan. Public Company, Inc., 1978, p.66.16. Reed Wilson, Derek. Rothschild, The Wealth and Power of a Dynasty. N.Y. Charles Scribner's Sons, 1988. 17. Mullins, The World Order, p. 11. 18. Wilson, Op. Sit, pp. 338 to 339. 19. Ibid, page 338. 20. The Reign of the House of Rothschild, p. 405. 21. Muhlstein, Anchor. Baron James, The Rise of the French Rothschilds. N.Y. The Vendome Press. N.D. C. 1980. 22. By Gent, Lee, Lincoln. Holy Blood, Holy Grail. pp. 190 to 199. 23. Various references. For instance, Armstrong, The Rothschild Trust, p. 196, that is the present objective of Jeroboam Rothschild and his secret elders of Zion. 24. Wilson, Derek. Op. Sit, p. 45. 25. William Still writes, in 1782, the headquarters of Illuminized Freemasonry was moved to Frankfurt, the stronghold of German finance, and controlled by the Rothschilds. Still, the New World Order, p. 82. 26. Mulestein, Anchor. Baron James, The Rise of the French Rothschilds. Page 47. She describes how their private courier system was faster than the regular mail. 27. Corti, Count Egon Caesar. Trans. From German by B. and B. Lun. The Rise of the House of Rothschild. Boston, Western is, 1972, page 278 compared to pp. 386 to 389. 28. Miller, Edith Starr. Occult Theocracy. Chap on Carbonarism, pp. 427 to 438 is a start in learning its importance. 29. Malintz, Op. Sit, page 2. 30. D. I. Gogono, Michael. Irish and English Freemasons and Their Foreign Brothers, 1878, p. 62. 31. Ruel, Jeskicht, p. 24 as quoted by Katz, Jacob. Jews and Freemasons in Europe 1723, 1939. Trans. By L. Oshry, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard. University Press, 1970, pp 61, 248. 32. Malintz, Op. Sit. p. 3. 33. Mulestein, Op. Sit. p. 125. 34. Carol Quigley's book was very enlightening on the New World Order except that it leaves out the Catholic Church and the Jesuits' participation at a time that their participation was increasing dramatically. In other words, Quigley's book must be taken with a grain of salt. It would be a mistake to believe it to be infallible or unbiased. 35. LeShaw, Gordon, Rhodes Confidential Secretary. Cecil Rhodes the Man and His Work, London, John Murray, 1913, p. 10. 36. Adelot, Frank, Co-FNDR CFR and Amer. Secretary. To Rhodes Trustees. American Rhodes. Scholarships. The model for this proposed secret society was the Society of Jesus, though he mentions also the Masons. 37. Allen, Gary. Nixon's Palace Guard. Boston, Western Islands, 1971, p. 9. Compare to Quigley. Tragedy and Hope. 38. Martin, Rose. Fabian Freeway. Boston, Western Islands, 1966. 39. Wilson, Derek. Rothschild, The Wealth and Power of a Dynasty, p. 101. The source of the quote is given in the book. 40. Malintz, Eustace. The Curse of Canaan, page 125. 41. Malintz, Eustace. The World Order, page 5. 42. Friesel, Evyatar. Atlas of Modern Jewish History. Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1990. 43. Ibid. 44. Moore, Op. Sit. p. 118. 45. Reed Mullins, The World Order. 46. Still, Op. Sit. P. 136 quoting Griffin, Op. Sit. P. 37. See also Mullins, Op. Sit, P. 11. 47. Wilson, Op. Sit, P. 92. 48. Pamphlet published by the American Defense Society Incorporated, 154 Nassau Street, NY. 49. Peace Militant, NY, The New History Foundation. 50. Griffin, Des. Descent into Slavery. S. Pasadena, California, Emissary Publications, 1980, p. 52. 51. England Under the Heel of the Jew. London, 1918, pp 60-2. 52. Confidential interview with those who were recently in the Illuminati hierarchy. 53. Smith, Gary. Land of the ZOG. Portland, Oregon, Viewpoint, 1989, page 58. 54. Katz, Jacob. Jews and Freemasons in Europe 1723 to 1939. Cambridge, Massachusetts. Harvard University Press, 1970, p.60. 55. Ibid, page 92. Where does Nazism fit into Satan's plans? Let me briefly recap what some of the plan was. And while you read these plans, that I am relaying to you from my intensive research on high-level Satanism, see if you don't see the irony in the satanic plans. How very ironic it is that in all the twisted thinking and reasoning of the leading Satanists for why they must do things, it is surprising they do not catch on that this plan of Satan's is going to achieve God's revealed plan. How pride does blind us. For the sake of brevity, I will dispense with my normal method of documenting everything. I suggest that my book be wise as serpents be read for documentation, and further questions be written to me. Otherwise this article would be way too bulky for the newsletter. The brilliant plan given in detail to the Illuminati was to create a thesis and its opposite called the antithesis. The process would repeat itself until the desired outcome. Out of the battle between the two would emerge the synthesis. Out of the battle of chaos would come a new order reminding us of the Masonic slogan, order out of chaos. If the thesis were like a hammer and the antithesis like an anvil, what was caught in between would be broken or reshaped. 3 world wars would enable the plan to work. The hammer would be constructed and then given a homeland, a secure base in Russia. It is what we call communism. The first anvil would be created out of economic chaos in Germany. It would be called National Socialism. That anvil would be destroyed in a Second World War, but another anvil would replace it called democracy. The first 2 world wars accomplished exactly what they were intended to accomplish. Out of the First World War came 1. A secure satanic dictatorship in Russia, a secure base to carry out further world subversion. 2. The satanic family of Rothschilds gained partial control over Palestine, preparing the way for Satan to rule from Jerusalem someday. 3. Weapons of mass destruction and terror. 4. The League of Nations. Out of the Second World War came 1. The enlargement of their secure base in Russia into a world power. 2. Complete control over Palestine by the Rothschilds. 3. Air power, including long-range missiles, jets, secret flying saucers, and powerful submarines, all items that individuals could not produce. Those in control of production would therefore control all air and sea ways of the earth. 4. The Cold War and an era of terror to convince the people of the need for Satan's one world order. 5. The United Nations. Out of the Third World War would emerge a new religious system. The Third World War would have tailored to be like the Bible's Armageddon, Satan told his highest slaves, because, if it resembled Armageddon, then the people would believe he was the Messiah when he came after its end. It would have to be terrible, so that he could step in and bring miraculous order out of a world beaten into chaos by the worst war in history. Again, it would be order out of chaos, as the Masonic documents repeatedly proclaim. The Third World War would come during a period of 7 years of tribulation, starting in 1992 and running until 1999. Just like the Second World War emerged out of the Great Worldwide Depression, Satan told his followers this 1992 to 99 tribulation would repeat on a larger scale the plagues of Egypt, for he would wreak revenge for what was done to Egypt by God and Moses, by giving back in a bigger way to the world what happened to ancient Egypt. To a demonic-controlled mind, it makes sense to wreak such revenge, especially when the end result is held out to be the salvation of the world by the light-bearer, the morning star, also known as Lucifer. For most of us, the idea of such pain and destruction seems like demonic madness, which it is. At the core of the one-world system is Satanism. It hides itself behind fronts such as Jewish finance, socialism, Aryanism, British Israelism, Zionism, and Freemasonry, which are tools to get the broad masses to serve the plan. The conspiracy to create the
Take the others through the valley below. I will teleport to Baal and buy us time. That brazen fool has no idea what he's doing. Then allow me to open the way. More hellflame to remove from our path. Very well. Interesting. This wall is much stronger than the others. Guard me while I dispel it. Baal will overwhelm.
The conspiracy to create the one-world system has enlisted the help of almost everyone. That is because most of the religious systems at the top are controlled by Satanists, who know what they are doing and direct the people's religious efforts. Read the research in Be Wise as Serpents for the documentation on this. Nazism was a pagan Gnostic religious system whose high priest Hitler knew what he was doing in relation to Satan's mission. More about this further down. The Jewish people, one use the term in its broadest sense, are being used. Actually, the allegiance of the satanic hierarchy is not in the least concerned with Judaism, although it appears that at first the plans are to create a religious leader that
Yes, but it will not hold. The primeval spirit is straining at its cage. The shard will not contain him for long.
Then we must obtain another soul stone.
Are you mad? Only an archangel's weapon can cleave the world stone, and this sliver will not make it, you Ariat!
Yes. Reforged.
The unforgivable sin is the sin which will not be forgiven by God. It is not a specific act or a habitual sin, but a conscious rejection of the good power of God. It involves a perversion of the mind in which God and Satan are willfully confused, and a free choice of evil rather than good.
Actually, the allegiance of the satanic hierarchy is not in the least concerned with Judaism, although it appears that at first the plans are to create a religious leader that will have the apparent credentials of the Jewish Messiah. How sad, because the actions of the Rothschilds and other satanic, Jewish bloodlines during WW II show that their first allegiance is not to the Old Testament and not to even Orthodox Judaism, but is purely to Satan. At some point in the future, the Orthodox Jews and the conservative Jews will find that this Messiah, who is already alive waiting to play his role, will only give them temporary relief. They are being taken for a ride, and then they will be dumped by the New World Order's dictatorship. Constance Cumbay correctly notices that the New Age movement resembles Nazism exactly to AT. For those students wanting to get a detail by detail parallel, go to pages 114 to 120 in The Hidden Dangers of the Rainbow. In 1952, James Larratt Battersby in England published the Holy Book of Adolf Hitler for the German World Church in Europe. Except for some of his pro-German ideas, obviously thrown in to make the book enlist the intended audience's favor, the book is an exact description of what would happen in the next 50 years to bring in the New World Order. The reason some of the prognostications of pro-German ideas are not valid is that the satanic hierarchy is not really concerned for the German people either, except to harness their help in their plans. Batterby's Holy Book of Adolf Hitler was given to him in the spirit. According to Battersby, the book was written in order that, may God open the eyes of the Gentiles to truth, and carry his holy gospel to the ends of the earth. The book is an excellent synopsis of what Satan had planned in 1952, and has carried out since to a large degree. the Rothschilds, and other top satanic families in a lesser way, financed a Jewish The Rothschilds, and other top satanic families in a lesser way, financed a Jewish Mason and devout Satanist named Karl Marx to write his Das Kapital. The Satanists controlling key Masonic groups, along with some other groups they controlled, got communism started. The original idea came from Satan, and was given at a feast of the beast in meticulous detail to those highest in the satanic hierarchy. Albert Pike and Giuseppe Mazzini were two men in strategic positions of control that were let in on the plans. After creating international socialism, communism, a temporary antithesis was created called National Socialism or Nazism. The process to create National Socialism was to turn again to the Masonic lodges and other esoteric secret societies to get it done. Therefore, the secret esoteric Gnostic and Satanic societies along with the Illuminati helped create the Thule Gesellschaft, in English the Thule Society. Adolf Hitler was some type of member of this occult Thule Society, along with many other men who later began leading Nazi leaders such as Rudolf Hess. The Thule Society used the Masonic or Hindu symbol the swastika, which the Nazi Party then also used as its symbol. In other words, the grandmother of the Nazi Party was the Masonic lodges in Germany. The Vril was another secret occult group that many of the Nazi leadership belonged to. Hitler also was a member of the Theosophical Society, which has strong satanic and Masonic ties. Both Bailey and Hitler studied from Tibetians, Hindus, occultists, and black magicians. They also both studied the Gnostics and every major pagan or occult religious system. An example of how valued the swastika was for Freemasons before Hitler ruined its image is a quote from Joseph Fort Newton, a Baptist minister and high-ranking Mason. The second of these volumes also contains an essay by Thomas Carr with a list of lodges and a study of their history, customs, and emblems, especially the swastika. Speculative Masons are now said to be joining, seeking more light on what are called the lost symbols of Masonry. After promoting and using the swastika for years, the Freemasons quit using it after Hitler. The Holy Book of Hitler provides the answer as to why the Theosophical Society were kept so hard to destroy the British Empire. It had always at first mystified me why the Theosophical Society presidents, who connected to the satanic hierarchy, would want to ruin the British Empire. The reason it seemed strange is that the mother country of Satanism and witchcraft is Great Britain. The center of secret political power is geographically in England. And further, one of the largest and most powerful secret fronts for Satanism is Brightism Israelism. The reason why the British Empire was destroyed was that Satan had already determined even before 1870 that the steps to world government would include setting up around 9 or 10 continental blocks. The union of Europe into one country, or bloc, could not be accomplished while Great Britain had most of her focus on her empire. Great Britain, as long as she had an empire, would never want to join up with Europe. In fact, all the European nations would have to be convinced to give up their colonies. That is why the world power got everyone they could get to help fight.
According to Wikipedia, brainwashing is the concept that the human mind can be altered or controlled by certain psychological techniques.
That is why the world power got everyone they could get to help fight Portugal in Angola in recent history. Everyone, including the large Masonic-controlled Christian denominations, who donated millions of dollars to the NCC and WCC, which monies were then passed on to the guerrillas to buy weapons and ammo. The Theosophical Society is mostly to blame for India's independence from Britain. First, the Theosophical Society managed to change British policy so that the British became unpopular. Then Theosophical President Besant, who published the largest English paper, strongly criticized British rule in her newspapers and eventually was arrested. Gandhi and other Indian leaders were involved in Besant being made the president of the Indian Congress Party. And that political party still rules Indian politics. The Theosophist Mahatma Gandhi, following in the steps of Theosophical President Annie Besant, led the Indian people against British rule. But the final blow to the British Empire was done by another Theosophist, Adolf Hitler. It is common knowledge that the powerful blows of Axis attacks in WW II struck the death blow to the British Empire, or so we are told. The truth is that the elite wanted the empire to die, and pulled every string to convince the British public and indigenous natives that the empire was too weak after WW II to save the empire and prevent her colonies from independence. It is hard for people to grasp that the Illuminati controlled Russia, Great Britain, Germany and France during World War II, but they did. Churchill, Roosevelt, and Stalin were all Masons. De Gaulle of France was closely linked with several esoteric groups, and the Prior de Sion and Grand Orient Masons helped him to power in the 50s. Churchill was a Zionist and pro-Fabian socialist. Stalin was a closet Satanist. Roosevelt was a Zionist, pro-communist and socialist. Both Churchill and Roosevelt came from important elite bloodlines. Apparently, Stalin was somewhat independent, but basically did what was expected of him. As the previous paragraph indicates, the people of the world weren't ready for world government, and most not even a united Europe. WW II was carried out to adjust people's thinking toward wanting European unity. Satan already ruled the world through his secret chain of command, but he wanted to openly rule the world's hearts, and to be publicly hailed as ruler and savior, who was Hitler. Hitler's father was the offspring of the Rothschilds' secret breeding program, which impregnated his grandmother. It appears from the details available, Hitler was groomed for his role, without realizing his heritage at first. It appears that Hitler learned of his Jewish bloodline after taking over Germany. Hitler had romances with many beautiful women. Although Hitler was very strict with his New Age religious practices, such as being a vegetarian, that did not include being celibate. He did have sex contrary to the deceptions of the establishment. Hitler's seed, the Rothschilds' powerful generational occult bloodline, was hidden in an Ashkenazim bloodline, at least part of which has come to the US. In fact, Hitler's generational occult power was passed on too. This was most likely done by thrusting a knife into his heart, and the person who received his occult power then gulped his last breath with the kiss of death to receive his occult power. What I am telling you is that Hitler's offspring are alive and well, and that his terrifying Antichrist spirit was passed to Somion and is not dead. Let me remind you of some of Hitler's own prophecies about himself and his goals. At the time of supreme peril, I must die a martyr's death for the people. But after my death will come something really great, an overwhelming revelation to the world of my mission. The world was to witness his divinity. Further, my spirit will rise from the grave, and the world will see that I was right. Von Ribbentrop on April 30, 1945 was told the same thing. you will see that Mispirit will rise from the grave. National Socialism is even more than a religion, it is the will to make mankind anew. All creative energy will pass to the new man. Hitler claimed to be the real fulfillment of Marx's socialism. I am not only the conqueror, but also the executor of Marxism, oft part of it which is essential and justified, stripped of its Jewish Talmudic dogma. In a sense, Hayes saying whatever veneer of Jewishness that Marx's satanic plan had, he disagreed with it and would destroy that veneer. These type of statements reveal that the essence of the message of various elite men, like Hitler, is the same satanic plan, if stripped of their variously decorated veneers. Hitler is viewed as the Messiah, the Holy Spirit, the martyred savior of his people by his followers today. The blasphemous Holy Book of Adolf Hitler states, "All hail to God's Christ and chosen, Adolf Hitler, Lord of Lords, and King of Kings, the eternal Adolf Hitler." Such blasphemy. Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. Hitler's demonic spirit and Hitler's descendants both live on today. By the way, some Rothschild descendants, such as Hitler's, have come to Christ as their Lord and Savior. Will this powerful occult branch of the Rothschilds be used again by the New World Order? Whatever the case, it is clear that Hitler's Antichrist spirit will get plenty of demonic help. The demonic forces that have manifested themselves in National Socialism and International Socialism, aka Communism, demonized much of Europe. So much so that Europe officially portrays itself as a beast with Venus on it on a stamp commemorating the second election of the European Parliament. And also as the same forces that tried to build the Tower of Babel on an official poster. Not only are the same demons that led communist leaders and Nazi leaders operating in Europe's leaders, but there are armies of demons trampling over anything of moral value in Europe. It can be said without a doubt that the man who rules the one world government will derive his power from a demonic supernatural source. According to Revelations, God is going to have an angel open up a key to the abyss, and teeming hordes of demonic spirits shall be descending upon the earth. My conclusion is that Satan has so many antichrists available that Hitler's personal occult power is not necessary for the New World Order's success. I rarely like to comment on the end times from scriptures, because I feel like most people are thoroughly confused about the clear teachings that the scriptures give. To this, 2:3 and other scriptures make it clear that the Christians must witness a great apostasy and the Antichrist being revealed before Christ returns. We can live every day as if it may be our last, but scriptures are clear that the apostles did not live each day as if Jesus could return that day. They knew that certain things had to happen first. The church has been going through tribulations since Pentecost. The church will go through the Great Tribulation, according to the Word of God. We will, if we are that faithful remnant, we will be spared from the wrath of God, but we will not be spared from the tribulation of Satan, which shall include martyrdom. ECT, their thinking will resemble the Nazis' rationalizations that people must pay their karmic debt, and shall benefit from being killed. How truth can be stood on its head. The plans are already drawn up how to use rail lines to move large groups of civilians to labor camps. When we compare Nazi Germany with today's New World Order plans, Nazi Germany can be seen to be the basic model of what Satan's timetable includes for us these next few years. To illustrate that the pagan religion of Nazism is an example to the Satanists and New Agers. Let Sponder Anton Levy's, head of a visible Church of Satan, trip to the sacred initiation castle of Hitler's Black Order, the SS. The SS apparently brought the Holy Grail to Germany and hid it before the end of the war. On May 2, 1945, a select group of SS officers, those initiated into the higher mysteries of the Nazi pagan religion, hid the Grail in the Schleigeis Glacier, at the foot of 3,000-meter-high Hochpfeiler Mountain. Seekers in the area have been found decapitated and mutilated. The area is still guarded by the Black Order in anticipation of the day that the Grail can be revealed to the world. It has been speculated 1995 might be the date, but this is pure speculation. The important thing for us is to begin to experience the kingdom of God right now. Let us prepare ourselves for Almighty God's New World Order as the Satanists launch their counterfeit New World Order. The Rothschilds continuation of articles on the top 13 Illuminati Familius Introduction by Fritz Springmeier. The Rothschilds are one of the most well-known of the 13 families. David J. Smith of Portland was asked to prepare an article on the Rothschilds for this newsletter. His article follows this introduction. Satan's selective breeding program has been continuing down through the ages, hidden from the eyes of the public. One of the most powerful Rothschild bloodline families in America are the Springs. The Springs were originally the Springsteins when they came to America in the mid-1700s and settled in New York and NJ. They later changed their name from Springstein to Springs to hide their identity. Leroy Springs was hired by L.C. Pacer. Now most Americans have to ask, who is L.C. Pacer? One of the most secret and most powerful families in North America has been the Pacers. They have been so powerful that they could hide their wealth and power and use other satanic families as proxies. The Pacers are part of the I3th top Illuminati family. The first Pacer to come to America was the former Crown Prince of France Daniel Pacer, 1785 to 1860. He came over about 1805 to the US and married Susanna Kaiser c. 1814. They had two boys, Adam and Jonas, 1819 to 1884. Jonas married Harrietta Smith, and they had Louis Cass Pacer, 1850 to 1939. It was this Louis Cass Pacer who hired the Rothschild bloodline of the Springs to run a number of the Pacers companies. The Pacers were one of the original big railroad families, along with Isaac Croom and William H. Beatty. Isaac Croom's wife was a sister of William Beatty's, so the reader can see how all these elite bloodlines intertwine. Remember that L.C. Pacer hired Leroy Springs to operate a host of his companies. Leroy Springs' father was A.A. Springs and A.A. Springs was the secret father of Abraham Lincoln. In 1808, Nancy Hanks, of the lineage of the McCadden Scottish family, visited some of her family at Lincolnton, NC. Nancy Hawkes visited the Springs family, and that is when A.A. Springs impregnated her, and her child, when born, was named Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln's Rothschild blood was kept very secret, but he did grow up to be a famous lawyer, a secret leader of the Rosicrucians, and President of the United States. It is believed from the evidence that the establishment conspiracy concocted the person of Thomas Lincoln out of thin air. The actual early history of Abraham Lincoln is shrouded in myth and mystery. And as one encyclopedia puts it, we know little about the family office mother, Nancy Hanks Lincoln. While a lawyer, Abraham Lincoln had a sexual liaison with Elizabeth, who was the illegitimate daughter of German King Leopold, who is also of elite blood lineage. Abraham Lincoln and Elizabeth had two twin daughters, Ella and Emily, in 1856, who were adopted out. Lincoln, in fact, had a fairly large number of illegitimate children. Now A. Springs, who was both the biological father of Leroy Springs and Abraham Lincoln, left an enormous amount of land in what is now Huntsville, Alabama, to his son Abraham Lincoln. Huntsville, Alabama, by the way, has become a hotbed of NWO activity. Some of the mind control research the intelligence community has been conducting has been done at Huntsville. The Rothschilds even named one of their boys after Abraham Lincoln. His name was Lincoln Rothschild. Although Abraham Lincoln secretly had powerful occult blood, he was a great man in his own right. And just like JFK, he had the strength of personality to refuse to bow to the Illuminati's instructions. Lincoln refused to go the path that his distant European international banking Rothschild relatives wanted for the United States. The Illuminati goal had been to split the US into two easier-to-control nations. And just as with JFK, who also came from a top 13 family, a large-scale conspiracy involving many government officials, including the Secretary of Defense, was put into place to assassinate Lincoln. There are numerous indications that show that the Rothschilds were in part behind the assassination of Lincoln. Some of men who worked for the Pacers of the 13th top family were Andrew Carnegie, J.P. Morgan, the Vanderbilts, Gifford Pinchot, and John D. Rockefeller. These men were selected to run Pacer companies because they belonged to the satanic elite. The Leroy Springs family got Pacer family companies in the early 1920s. It was Leroy that managed to get the Rothschilds involved with the Federal Reserve. Two companies that have come out of the Pacers: Old Lancaster Manufacturing Co., INS Weyerhaeuser, and Crown Zellerbach. I have long known these were companies tied to the elite, but it wasn't until I found the secret Pacer family at the very top of these companies that I understood the full story. The Pacers have gone to extreme lengths to corrupt government documents, such as courthouse records. They have hidden the births of many of their descendants, and have covered over with extreme secrecy most of their monetary holdings. Remember, the Beatty family was an early railroad family with business ties to the Pacer family. Bartholomew F. Moore, who was the private attorney for years to President Abraham Lincoln, was a blood relative of the Beatty family. It was Bart Fingers Moore who co-authored the 14th Amendment for the conspiracy. The Beatty family continually resurfaces when doing research on the conspiracy. Shirley MacLaine, the famous New Age leader, author, is from the Beatty family. She credits her starter Edgar Casey, by the way, who in turn was interested in Blavatsky. Blavatsky was a student of the Mason Anton Mesmer, who introduced the world to hypnotism. Hypnotism had been secretly practiced by the mystery religions for thousands of years before Mesmer taught Blavatsky and others about it. Charles Beatty Alexander, who is an Illuminati, Prince Pilgrim Society member, is an example of a Beatty in recent times who was within the elite. Quantrill, who was a famous Confederate colonel and guerrilla leader, whose band of raiders evolved into the Jesse James Gang, was married into the Springs Rothschild family. The recent Lala Madeline Pacer Gatling Fulgham, 1876 to 1972, was the late head of the Pacer family. The documentation on the above families is extensive, but much of the evidence that has been photocopied out of the few documents left intact have been destroyed since the documents were photocopied. The amount of tampering with official documents is incredible, and further illustrates their enormous power. The Rothschilds and the Pacers, the 13th family, the Holy Bloodline, have. The researchers who wrote Holy Blood, Holy Grail, got a taste of the power of the 13th bloodline to manipulate documents held by libraries and governments in Europe. The same type of thing has been happening in the United States. The researcher into the satanic elite has a hard road to hoe because the satanic families have tried to cover their tracks through history. They have also tried very hard to cover up what their financial assets are. Those Rothschilds who have carried on the Rothschild name have had a higher visibility. It is this group of Rothschilds which have gained the public's attention, even though they too are very secretive. The origins of the Masonic and Rosicrucian movements lie with the medieval alchemists. Manly P. Hall, Freemasonry's greatest philosopher, writes, "During the Middle Ages, alchemy was not only a philosophy and a science, but also a religion. Those who rebelled against the religious limitations of the day concealed their philosophic teachings under the allegory of gold making. In this way, they preserved their personal liberty and were ridiculed rather than persecuted. Alchemy is a threefold art, its mystery well symbolized by a triangle. The secret teachings of all ages, PGCLIVUL - Manly P. Hall also states in his book on magic entitled Magic. The pentagram. This was known to medieval alchemy as the sign of the cloven hoof. Hall. Magic, Los Angeles, California, Philosophical Research Society, PG. 46. Quicksilver, which was one of the things the early Aestia family traded in, was one of the primary items employed in the alchemical transmutations. The oxide produced using quicksilver was considered magical and mystically identified with the god Osiris. As the reader may have already figured out, alchemy practiced hermetic magic from ancient Egypt. Alchemy was really a front for the mystery religion of satanic witchcraft. The leading alchemist was a German Richard Bauer, who was alive sometime in the 14 or 1500s. Richard Bauer is said to have been the only alchemist who was successful in transforming lead to gold. Whether that report is meant in an allegorical way, or some other way, I do not know. What I am trying to communicate is that the Bauer family was a leading alchemical family which secretly practiced hermetic magic during the late Middle Ages. David's article on the Rothschilds is meant to be an extension of what I have already put out on the Rothschilds. For instance, my chapter 3.3 in the Be Wise as Serpents book. Chapter 3.3 is entirely devoted to the Rothschilds. I chose them to write about in the book because the family is the most renowned of the satanic families and the easiest to expose to people just becoming acquainted with what is going on. The other family, which has a chapter devoted to it, is the Russell family, which is described in chapter 1. 6. The Russell family has yet to be covered in this series, but was covered in Be Wise as Serpents book because of their importance to the Watchtower Bible and Tract Society. I am aware of intense secret meetings that have been going on in Frankfurt and Moscow between World Bank officials. These secret meetings have been going on now for 2 months, which gives some of the scope of their importance. Undoubtedly, the Rothschilds are playing a role in these secret meetings, even while I write this. There has been a great deal of misinformation put out that the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers are fighting for control of the world. It is true that they are in intense competition in some areas. It has also been true that they have been in intense cooperation in many areas. One of the difficulties for people to sort out what is going on is that they don't know about the satanic spiritual dimension of the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers. For instance, to make an analogy, if I am a minister and one of my brothers in Christ is my upline on a multi-level marketing distributorship, then he is my business head, but I could be the spiritual leadership that he looks up to. The point is that essentially all researchers trying to expose the NWO are drawing conclusions about occult power on the basis of business relationships, and it doesn't always work. Sometimes the business boss may be in a secret satanic leadership position over someone else, but it may also be that both men are on equal footing when it comes to occult power and status within the Illuminati. So far I have seen only one book advertised, and I haven't read it, which claims to expose the conflict between the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers as a sham. If it really does show this, then the book has contributed greatly toward helping people tear down their misunderstandings about the Illuminati power structure. Part I House of Rothschild. If one looked on the backstage of history, he would find the House of Rothschild. They have indebted kings, manipulated kingdoms, created wars and molded the very shape of the international world. Among the hierarchy of the Illuminati, they are revered as a powerful satanic bloodline. They are living legends. Said one biographer, in America a boy wants to become president. In Europe, he would rather be a Rothschild. To be a Rothschild is to be a modern Croesus, a 20th century Midas. They are a dynasty of enduring power, a magic bloodline in Satan's empire. We will probably never know exactly when occultism was introduced to the Rothschilds. Several of their ancestors have been rabbis, so the occultism probably came in the form of Jewish Kabbalism, Sabbatism, or Frankism. The House of Rothschild practices Gnostic Satanism. The Rothschilds would probably not call themselves Satanists, but by our standards they are, considering the sacrificial and spiritual worship involved. The truth is sometimes hard to tell. The stories the family weave are hard to distinguish from the truth. Myths are one of their best weapons, and a researcher must be wary. The family began in Frankfurt, Germany, the city where paper money was popularized. The oldest known Rothschild went by the name of Louis Feibesch, who lived in the early 16th century. His descendants lived in the House of Red Shield. His great-great-great-great-grandson was Moses Bauer, who lived in the early 18th century. The family was mostly made up of Jewish retail traders, and lived in the Judengasse, or Jews' Alley in Frankfurt. Jews' Alley was the product of the anti-Semitic bent in Europe, and did not have very good living conditions. Most Ashkenazim Jews of that time did not use surnames. Instead they preferred the Chinese custom of using a symbol as the family identity. These symbols were sometimes used on signs outside Jewish houses as an address. Some Jews had taken on surnames to fit in, but the use of symbols was more popular. The early Rothschilds chose the surname Bauer, meaning farmer in German. Why would a family of retail traders call themselves Bauer? Perhaps to remain unnoticed. The Bauer line continues today, but in the 1700s one man renamed his branch of the family after its symbol and address. The Red Shield, or the Seal of Solomon. Meyer Amschel Bauer was a well-off coin trader in Frankfurt. In front of his house hung a sign with the family's symbol, which was a red hexagram. The hexagram, also known as the Seal of Solomon, the Magden David, or the Star of David, is very occultic. It is used today as the symbol of Israel, but it is not Jewish. In his excellent book, The Six-Pointed Star, O.J. Graham explains that the hexagram was used in the ancient mystery religions. It was the symbol of Moloch, Ashtoreth, and others. In fact, the hexagram was used to represent Saturn, which earlier newsletters have discussed. The six-point star is considered the equivalent of the Oriental yin and yang symbol, which is the Luciferian concept of balancing good and evil. The symbol appears to have been used by King Solomon when he apostatized, and was thereafter called the Seal of Solomon. Later on, Jewish Kabbalism, or occultism, different name, same game, picked it up as a magic symbol. Through the promotion of the Kabbalists and the Zionists, it has become the symbol of Jewish identity, although the occult circles know better. The Bauers' use of a hexagram as their family sign points to their involvement in Jewish Kabbalism. In fact, The 6-point star was so significant to them that Meyer Amschelbauer decided to adopt it as his new name, Meyer Amschel Rothschild, Rothschild equals Red Shield. I believe this was done to identify his family with occultism and the likes of Saturn or Ashtoreth, whom the Aestheas are named after. Meyer was sent to be a rabbi when he was 10, in 1753. A year and a half later his parents died. Meyer was brilliant and was encouraged by relatives to continue his studies, but coin trading was his love. He left the school and when 13, was sent to Hanover to be an apprentice at the Illuminati Oppenheimer Bank. He worked there for 7 years, learning the INS and out of money. The big question is why he left the Oppenheimer Bank. It was a good situation, both financially and socially. Hanover was less antagonistic towards the Jews than Frankfurt. Why leave this security and head back home to an uncertain future? Because the future wasn't all that uncertain. While in Hanover, Meyer made the acquaintance of General von Astorff, a numismatist, who was impressed by Meyer's knowledge of the subject. In 1763, General von Astorff left Hanover and joined the court of Prince William IX of Hesse-Hanau, whose territory included Frankfurt. Meyer knew that through his connections, he would be able to get some business with the prince. It appears Meyer's stay at the Oppenheimer Bank was used to establish himself in Illuminati circles and to find a way to get close to the Illuminati royalty. General von Astorff was his key. Prince William of Hesse-Hanau was tied into the Illuminati. He was the son of Landgrave Frederica Hesse-Kassel, of the royal family of Hesse. Prince William was a Freemason, and his younger brother Karl was, according to Jews and Freemasons in Europe. 1723 to 1939. Accepted as head of all German Freemasons. Members of the Hesse dynasty have been described as the leaders of the strict observance. In 1782, a Masonic Congress in Wilhelmsbad, a city in the Hesse province, dropped the name strict observance and changed it to beneficent knights of the Holy City. The Hesse dynasty is totally connected to the Illuminati. Prince William was the grandson of King George II of England. The Hesse-Kassels were one of the richest royal houses in Europe. Their income came mainly from the loaning out of Hessian soldiers to foreign countries. The elite loves to make profit off of peacekeeping troops, which is exactly what the Hessians were called. This peacekeeping always adds up to imperialism. The Hessian troops were used by England in the American Revolution. In fact, the colonial armies fought more Hessian soldiers than English. The House of Hesse-Kassel made a lot of money off the American Revolution. Another example of the Hesse-Kassel's ties to the Illuminati is the enigmatic figure St. German, who is hailed as a New Age Messiah figure. Many researchers believe that St. German was the son of Francis II of Transylvania. Francis II's second wife was Charlotte Amalie of the House of Hesse. He married her in 1694. Saint German was either her son or the prior wife's. This point is debated. His name was Leopold Georgian. They staged his death in 1700 to save him from the deadly collapse of the Transylvanian dynasty. Prince Karl of Hesse, Masonic leader of Germany, wrote that St. German had been sent down to Italy to be raised by the Medici family. Later on, St. German appeared out of nowhere to work with the elite. There were questions as to his identity, and Napoleon Ill had a dossier gathered on him, but the house holding the dossier was mysteriously destroyed in a fire. St. German was an alchemist and he claimed to have the alchemical elixir of life, the secret formula of immortality, which the Rosicrucians also claimed to have. He was a guest of William and Karl of Hesse in 1774, and in 1779 returned to Karl to spend the last years of his known life. Helena Blavatsky, co-founder of the Theosophical Society, claimed that St. German was one of the hidden masters of Tibet who secretly controlled the world's destiny. In 1930, Guy Ballard claimed that he met St. German on Mount Shasta. This supposed meeting led to the creation of the I Am movement. The Hesse dynasty has lasted clear up to the 20th century. During World War II, they were on Hitler's side. Prince Philip of Hesse was a messenger between Hitler and Mussolini. He was still alive in 1973 and was reported to be the richest prince in Europe. The House of Hesse is still a powerful force in Germany. In 1763, Meyer left Hanover to build his fortune in Frankfurt. His main objective was to become a financial agent of Prince William of Hesse-Hanau. Prince William was an intelligent man who loved to make money. His passions went beyond money. His wife did not please him, so he became an adulterer, and almost every woman he slept with became pregnant. He fathered between 70 to 21 illegitimate children. His main mistress, Frau von Lindenthal, bore him 8 children and ran his household. William loved to loan money at high interest rates. He was the perfect man to aid Meyer's quest for riches. Meyer began bribing Prince William's servants to become informants. At that time, he was an antique dealer, trader, coin collector, and exchanger. The country was divided, and as a result the separate currencies made money exchanging very profitable. General von Estorff convinced Prince William of the value of a rare coin collection, and then recommended Rothschild. Thus began the relationship between the prince and the Rothschilds. Meyer would sell rare coins, precious stones, and antiques to the prince at ridiculously low prices. Then, in 1769, after a significant amount of sales, he wrote the prince asking for and receiving the designation Crown Agent to the Prince of Hesse-Hanau, a great commercial advertiser. Titles and honors were important in that day. They opened doors. Meyer then married Guttel Schnapper, daughter of our respected merchant, Wolf Salomon Schnapper, in 1770. He then set up a money exchange bureau. His 2 brothers worked in this bureau with him until 1785, when Kalman died and Moses quit. Some researchers contend that Adam Weishaupt of the Bavarian Illuminati was financially supported by the Rothschilds. The Bavarian Illuminati was founded in 1776, and the Rothschilds were not necessarily a financial power at that time. I may be wrong, but I do not believe Meyer was in a financial position to support Weishaupt. It is possible, though, that when, in 1782, the headquarters of the Illuminati moved to Frankfurt, that it began to be controlled by the Rothschilds. In 1785, Prince William's father, Landgrave Frederick of Hesse-Kassel, died, and William became the new Landgrave. This made him the richest prince in Germany and possibly Europe. He left the small province of Hesse-Hanau to become ruler in Hesse-Kassel. Around this time, Wolf Schnapper, Meyer's father-in-law, introduced Rothschild to Karl Buderus, who was the prince's chief financial advisor. Through either coercion, friendship, or occultic ties, Meyer was able to convince Buderus to become an agent for him. This was a big mover for Meyer. The Landgrave William of Hesse-Kassel was to be the stepping stone to power. Until then, Meyer had only done meager business with William, but by 1789 Buderus managed to get some royal bills for Rothschild to discount. This wasn't much, but it was a start. Karl received a cut of profits when he did William's business through Rothschild. This was the beginning of a long financial relationship that would benefit both parties. Meyer Amschelbauer Rothschild was a shrewd man, but his quick rise in social status shows the power of money, for Meyer was not cultured. He could never master the German language, and so he and his family spoke a strange Yiddish-German mixture, which benefited their secret network. He enjoyed discussing the medieval world and coin collecting. When it came to business, he was ruthless and naturally adept. His occult side was well hidden. He was most likely a Kabbalistic Jew. Although it is not known if he was a Freemason, he did accompany the Landgrave on several trips to Masonic lodges, after the two had become better friends. He had 5 daughters and 5 sons, plus several children that died young. He moved from his old house, the Haus der Hinterfan, to a new one, Green Shield, when he started making more money. Green Shield was a dual residency, and the other half was occupied by the Schiff family, who were to play an important role later on as agents of the Rothschilds. Every passage of Green Shield held hidden shelves and cupboards. And the backyard counting house walls had a number of secret shelves and a secret underground room, which was connected to a neighbor's house for a quick getaway if necessary. The house was built to protect Jews from the dangerous pogroms that would sweep Germany. It was a great place to secretly practice their Gnostic satanic rituals, if they were yet involved in that form of worship. His 5 sons have been called the Meyer brothers because they all shared that middle name, Amschel Meyer, Salomon Meyer, Nathan Meyer, Kalman Karl Meyer, and Jacob James Meyer. Each son entered the family business at the age of 12. The humorous side of studying an elite Illuminati family is the biographer's insistence on owing the family's ability to profit from circumstances as luck. They never seem to put 2 and 2 together. Many of these circumstances happened by design. They always say things like, "The infant opportunity seemed to be the child of coincidence." They never attribute a family's wealth to well-planned extortion, cheating, or thievery, which is exactly how families like the Rothschilds attain their riches. The French Revolution is an example. The Illuminati-fueled French Revolution got underway in the 1790s, and Prince William began to get nervous. He was afraid the revolutionary riots would reach Germany, and he would lose his gold. So he invested his money in a magnificent new palace called Wilhelmshohe, which was built from 1791 to 1798. Although the French Revolution frightened William, it was a delight for Meyer. The war helped his sales. When the French ended up pitted against the Holy Roman Empire, the prices of imported goods skyrocketed, and importing goods from England was a Rothschild specialty. In fact, Meyer's English trade helped him secure a deal with the Landgrave, through Buderus, of course, in which he became a middleman in England's payments for the hire of Hessian soldiers. Every ill wind of the 1790s seemed to blow good to the Rothschilds. The winds were so good that by the end of the decade, they were established as a rich and independent family. In 1800 they were the 11th richest family in Frankfurt's Jew Alley, not counting the wealth in proxy. Around the turn of the century, Meyer decided to send his most clever son, Nathan, to England to establish another Rothschild house. The family tells a silly story about Nathan leaving for England to best an annoying English cotton trader, but I believe that Nathan was sent by Meyer with a specific purpose: to establish power with the Rothschild network in that country. Nathan arrived in England with no knowledge of the language, but a great amount of money. He would soon be the most powerful man in Europe. Many more profitable events occurred at the turn of the century. Many of these events revolve around the Rothschild infiltration of the Thurn and Taxis postal system. The House of Thurn and Taxis was of the black nobility. In 1516, Holy Roman Emperor Maximilian I, of the Merovingian bloodline and husband of a member of the black nobility, commissioned the house to create a mounted postal service between Vienna and Brussels. The service eventually included all of Central Europe. The head office of the system was in Frankfurt, which was rather convenient for Meyer, who proceeded to do business with them. His relationship with Thurn and Taxes became so close that the service began to inform him of any pertinent information found among the letters that they had a habit of covertly reading. This mail fraud system was also used by the Emperor Francis to keep abreast of his enemies. While Meyer was receiving stolen news from Thurn and Taxes, he was busy setting up his own postal service so that no one could secretly discover his dealings. This system was eventually so effective that the Rothschilds became the best and fastest informed individuals in the world. The system was so good that many prominent men began to send their letters through the Rothschilds, who, of course, always snuck a peek at the contents. The business with Thurn and Taxes helped Meyer receive the title Imperial Crown Agent in 1800. This title served as a passport that allowed him to travel throughout the Holy Roman Empire. It also provided the right to bear arms, and it freed him from having to pay the taxes and obligations upon the Jews of that period. Meyer began to get even more titles, including one from the German Order of St. John. His sons Amschel and Salomon were also busy getting various titles. In 1801 they became crown agents of the Landgrave William of Hesse-Kassel. All these titles were wonderful, but most important was the Landgraves. The Landgrave was the richest prince in Europe, and the Rothschilds were determined to take advantage of his wealth. The relationship with the Landgrave improved greatly in 1803. A Danish king, and cousin of William, asked the prince for loans, but William declined, because he did not want anyone to know how rich he had become. Rothschild learned about it and through Buderus, proposed lending the money anonymously. William thought the idea was splendid. The loan was sent through Meyer and a Hamburg Jew. The interests were paid to Rothschild, who, after taking commission, forwarded the money to the Landgrave. The event was a great triumph. After 36 years, Meyer had finally done a significant job for the prince. 6 more Landgrave loans to Denmark were negotiated by Rothschild. Many more loans ensued, although they required some teeth-pulling on Buderus' part, including loans to the Order of St. John. This negotiating of the Landgraves' loans greatly increased the reputation of the House of Rothschild. By this time Napoleon had come to power in France. This caused a distress in Europe, but brought great profits to the House of Rothschild. As one biographer put it, Napoleon seemed bent on improving the Rothschilds' lot in life. Even though Napoleon was not purposely doing it, the conditions he created were of great benefit. Napoleon tried to get the Landgrave as his ally, but Prince William squirmed and politely as possible refused. William's goal was to wait until the winning side in the Napoleonic conflict was clear so that he could join without any risks. The pressure of the situation gave the Landgrave a very bad temper. By this time half the crown heads of Europe were in his debt. Napoleon grew tired of the Landgrave's games. His troops invaded Germany and the province of Hesse to remove the House of Hesse-Kassel from rulership and to strike it out of the list of powers. Wilhelmschuh became frantic as William attempted to hide his riches. After the scramble to conceal his wealth, he fled the province and went to live in exile in Denmark. The French immediately found most of his treasures. Buderus and Meyer had to act fast to preserve the wealth of the Landgrave. Some of the valuables had already been sold. They quickly bribed a French general, Lagrange, who turned over 42 trunks to Hessian officials and lied to Napoleon about the prince's true wealth. Lagrange's deceptive act was eventually discovered and he was dismissed, but much of the wealth was preserved. During the frantic moments before Hesse-Kassel's invasion, the Landgrave gave Buderus the right to collect the interest payments due from Holy Roman Emperor Francis. Buderus eventually transferred this right to the Rothschilds. Meyer began doing the Landgrave's business behind Napoleon's back. These secret dealings were greatly boosted by the man Napoleon appointed to rule the area, Karl von Dalberg. Dalberg was a friend of Meyer and Buden's and had done business with them. His connection to them may have also been occult. Napoleon made Dalberg primate of the new Confederation of the Rhine, which included Frankfurt. As ruler of the region, Dalberg protected the Rothschilds from being exposed as traders of contraband and as agents of the House of Hesse-Kassel. When the French cut off trade with England, prices on imports soared. The Rothschilds smuggled goods in and made large profits, with Dalberg keeping guard. It was certainly most remarkable, said one biographer, that the Archbishop and Lord of the Confederation of the Rhine, who ruled over 16 German princes and stood so high in Napoleon's favor, should have shown so much goodwill to the Jewish Meyer Amschel Rothschild at Frankfurt, who, although now a rich man, had no dame to move in high and influential circles. Despite Dalberg's protection, Meyer kept two sets of books, one inspectable and the other secret. By 1807, Buderus, as proxy for the Landgrave, was almost exclusively using the Rothschilds for Hesse-Kassel business. Meyer himself would visit the prince in exile, but since he was getting old, he soon had to give up these trips and sent his sons on the journeys. The House of Rothschild was collecting their income of the wealthiest prince in Europe less than half a century after Meyer had begun building his fortune. The satanic House of Rothschild's Illuminati dealings at this time are well exemplified by their involvement with the Second Tugendbund League. The First Tugendbund League, or Virtue League, was formed in 1786 as a kind of sex society. The group would meet at Henrietta Hirschum. Her husband was an Illuminati Jew who was the disciple of the powerful occultist Moses Mendelssohn. Many Illuminists attended this Virtue League. A number of young Jewish women whose husbands were always away on business would come to the Hirsch's house to participate in their morality. Two members were daughters of Moses Mendelssohn. Frequenters of this salon included revolutionary Freemason Melrabo, William von Humboldt, and Frederick von Gentz, who was to become an important Rothschild agent. Later on, I will discuss Gentz in further detail. In 1807, the Second Tugendbund League was formed. This league pursued moral, scientific, and political aims. The main aim being the deliverance of Germany from French occupation. The league was formed by Baron von Stein, who was its principal protector. Thomas Frost wrote in Secret Societies of the European Revolution that the initiations into the Second Tugendbund multiplied rapidly, and the league soon numbered in its ranks most of the councillors of state, many officers of the army, and a considerable number of the professors of literature and science. A central directorate at Berlin, presided over by Stein, had the supreme control of the movement, and exercised, through provincial committees, an authority all the more potent from emanating from an unknown source, and which was obeyed as implicitly as the decrees of emperor or king. The Landgrave William of Hesse-Kassel held an important position in the Second Tugendbund. Buderus was also involved. It appears the Rothschilds were members and they were go-betweens for the Landgraves, correspondence on this matter, and made payments in favor of Tugendbund. This put Meyer Rothschild at the head of the propaganda system against Napoleon. Napoleon tried to suppress Tugendbund, but it went underground, concealing itself under the protection of the English Masonic Lodge at Hanover. It assisted many anti-Napoleon causes physically and financially. Tugendbund was eventually dissolved. But many of its members moved on to other Masonic societies such as the Black Knights, the Knights of the Queen of Prussia, and the Concordists. In 1818, the second Tugendbund was revived as the Burschenschaft. Association of Boys or Fellows. The Burschenschaft was a revolutionary group of students who introduced martial exercises into the universities. The Burschenschaft eventually fell apart. After a few years, the exiled Landgrave came to totally trust the Rothschilds. Prince William, who got more and more accustomed to following Meyer Rothschild's advice, and scarcely took any important financial step without consulting him. This princely stepping stone was working out perfectly. It was paving the way towards Rothschild financial freedom. Meyer wanted to become a creditor, and his goal was soon achieved. In 1810, the Rothschilds' firm became Meyer Amschel Rothschild and Sons. Nathan was not a public partner of this firm. That same year, Meyer loaned his own money to Denmark, and when Dalberg took out a big loan to go to the baptism of Napoleon's son, the financial security of the Frankfurt Bank was set in stone. The House of Rothschild needed a new stepping stone. The old one, the Landgrave, would not be discarded, but they needed a younger, more political man who could be their key to controlling Europe. That man was Prince Clemens Metternich, who in 1809 became the Austrian Minister for Foreign Affairs. He became the leading opposer of Napoleon, and the Landgrave moved in his exilito Austria, hoping the powerful upstart would get Hesse back. So the Rothschild network increased its operations in Austria, the land of the Habsburgs. Around this time, Meyer Amschel-Bauer Rothschild got sick. Before his death, he wrote a will that would dictate the structure of the Rothschilds. Although the exact contents of Meyer's will have been kept secret, one edict is clear. It completely excluded the daughters and their husbands and heirs from the business, and all knowledge of it. The will totally exalted the importance of the family circle. On September 19, 1812, Meyer died. A bogus legend about his death maintains that his 5 sons gathered around his deathbed, and he split Europe between them. Only Amschel and Karl were in Frankfurt when he died. Nathan was in England, and Salomon and James were on the road. The brothers were constantly traveling. The 5 wizards when Meyer died. Headship over the family fell on Nathan Rothschild of England. Even though Nathan was not the oldest, the 5 brothers had voted unanimously that he was the most capable to lead them. Nathan was an intelligent, uneducated, self-absorbed jerk. Though he was an impolite, foul-mouthed man, he could swear like a trooper. His money got him into the high society of England. His cold view on life and power is seen in his response to an English major, who was being sentimental about the horrible deaths of the large number of soldiers that had died in the war. "Well," said Rothschild, "if they had not all died, Major, you presumably would still be a drummer." There is a story that says one of Nathan's sons asked him how many nations there were in the world, and Nathan replied, "There are only 2 you need to bother about. There is the Mishposh, Yiddish for family, and there are the others." This story may be false, but the attitude is real. Nathan first settled in Manchester, England, the center of cloth manufacturing. In 1804 he moved to London. As his wealth and his reputation began to grow, he was able to marry Hannah Cohen. The Cohens were a wealthy Jewish family from Amsterdam, and Hannah's father, Salomon Cohen, was a respected merchant in London. Nathan served with him as warden of the Great Synagogue, The Rothschilds' relationship to the Jews will be discussed later on in this article. Hannah's sister, Judith, married the powerful Jewish Freemason Moses Montefiore. The Montefiores were of ancient and extremely aristocratic Jewish stock. Probably another Kabbalistic family, who was friends with Nathan. Nathan's sister Henrietta married a Montefiore. So did his second son, Antony, and his brother, Salomon's great-grandson, Alphonse, married a Sebag Montefiore in 1911. Nathan's social life revolved around the Cohens. Nathan was a Freemason. He was a member of London's Lodge of Emulation. Nathan's accumulation of wealth was incredible. His money-making exploits were unbelievable. He was smuggling English goods past the French blockade during the Napoleonic conflict and making great profits. This smuggling required an agent in Paris, so Meyer, through his Dalberg connections, got his son James a passport, and James went to live in Paris. A large amount of Landgrave's money was sent to Nathan in England, on the advice of Buderus, for the purpose of buying stock. But Nathan, as he and Buderus had planned, used the money as capital for other ventures. When the exiled Landgrave began asking for a proof of purchase, Buderus and the Rothschild brothers had to come up with all sorts of excuses to protect Nathan's thievery. Eventually the Landgrave demanded to see receipts. So Nathan quickly bought some stock. The Landgrave had told him to buy the stocks at 72, but their price when he ended up buying them was 62. Nathan pocketed the savings, and they snuck the receipts through the French blockade to the exiled prince. The Landgrave was satisfied. He had no idea what had really been done with his money. Nathan began making connections in the British government. Probably his greatest early connection was Toth Treasury official John Hayes. Hayes aided Nathan's rise to power in every way possible. He became an intimate friend or Nathan's and eventually a proxy for Rothschild in the British government. Their dealings were kept secret, and the public had no idea as to the enormity of Nathan's power. The most incredible example of Nathan's devious schemes is a job he would later describe as the best business he had ever done. Through Nathan's connections in the Treasury, he learned of the plight of the English army in Spain. The Duke of Wellington, soon to become Nathan's friend, had British troops in Spain ready to attack France. Only they lacked one thing: hard cash. The army's financiers would not take paper money, but the government was very short on gold at the time. Nathan knew how to profit from this situation. The East India Company was trying to sell gold that, of course, the government wanted to buy, but the price was so high that officials decided to wait until it dropped. Nathan stepped in and bought up the gold, using some of the Landgrave's money as well as his own. He then proceeded to raise the price. When the officials realized the price wouldn't drop, they bought the gold and Nathan made a great profit. But the deal didn't stop there. Nathan offered to deliver the gold to Wellington. This was a heavy responsibility, because of the French blockade. Hems went to bat and got Rothschild the job. Nathan's plan was incredible. One biographer said his scheme was comparable to burglary in broad daylight. Nathan's brother, James, went to Napoleon's government and told them that Nathan would be importing gold into France, and that the British government was upset at the move because it would financially hurt England. Napoleon's government believed his lie, and any French police who might have uncovered the plot were bribed.
Hey, you. Yeah,
So Nathan was able to ship the gold to Paris with the approval of both the English and French governments. In Paris, the gold was exchanged in French banking firms for cash Wellington could use, and then the Rothschild network carried the money into Spain as France allowed Nathan to fund the war against itself. Eventually some French officials grew suspicious, but Napoleon ignored their reports. Why? The plan went smoothly even though the same officials secretly watched James
Your
Rothschild
weapons
and his
make
brother
music,
Karl, who was in
and
on the
the
plot.
enemy calls for a
Wellington
song.
eventually defeated Napoleon at Waterloo. The Wellington smuggle was one of the greatest scams in history. In order to better understand the Rothschilds' involvement in the defeat of Napoleon, we must look at the role played by the Rothschilds' second stepping stone, Metternich. Metternich was the Austrian Minister of Foreign Affairs, and he led the opposition against Napoleon. Metternich was a fierce enemy of the revolutionary fires that were spreading through Europe. The Rothschilds got to him through a member of the First Tugendbund, the sexual one, Frederick von Gentz. Gentz was Metternich's right-hand man. Metternich was not financially minded and he relied on Gentz's advice concerning economics. Gentz's ability to hand-eye his private finances was terrible, but he had a knack for political economy. John Perry's brought Gentz and the Rothschilds together. The family proceeded to bribe the man into their service. Gentz is an interesting character. He was a Freemason, so he was probably occultic. His involvement in the First Tugendbund League points to immorality. Another interesting fact is that I found most of his visits to the Rothschilds occurred on occultic holidays, such as winter solstice. This may be a coincidence, but it is interesting nonetheless. Gentz called the Rothschilds the special species plantarum, with its own characteristics. Gentz steadily brought Metternich into the Rothschilds' web. By at least 1814, Metternich was an ally of the House of Rothschild. His goal was to protect the power of the old aristocracy. His plan was simply to extinguish revolution, and he began with Napoleon. Austria declared war on France and allied itself with Russia. England joined them to form a powerful coalition against Napoleon. The Battle of Waterloo in 1815 decided the war. Metternich had led Europe to victory, with the help of Nathan's delivery network, which funded the overthrow. The victory made Metternich the most powerful man in Europe. Due to his speedy courier system, Nathan knew of the outcome of the Waterloo battle before the news reached any other Englander. A persistent myth is that he made the bulk of his fortune by manipulating the stock exchange with this knowledge. First of all, he did manipulate the market, but he already had a fortune, this only added to it. Second of all, he might not have even made a significant profit. The issue is complicated and debatable. I will not go into it. 2 years before his defeat, Napoleon had pulled out of Germany. In 1813, the Landgrave William of Hesse-Kassel returned to his province. Said one biographer, earlier it had been the Rothschilds who had asked for favors. Now it was the Landgrave and Buderus who tried to maintain a close connection. In 1818, Buderus died. By 1815, Nathan controlled England's finance. He did a large amount of direct business with the English treasury. John Hems was allowing deals that would hurt England but fill the pockets of the House of Rothschild. The following quote by one of Nathan's contemporaries describes his eerie countenance. Eyes are usually called windows of the soul. But in Rothschild's case you would conclude that the windows are false ones, or that there was no soul to look out them. There comes not one pencil of flight from the interior, neither is there any gleam of that which comes from without reflected in any direction. The whole puts you in mind of an empty skin, and you wonder why it stands upright without at least something in it. By and by another figure comes up to it. It then steps 2 paces aside, and the most inquisitive glance that you ever saw, and a glance more inquisitive than you would have thought of, is drawn out of the fixed and leaden eyes, as if one were drawing a sword from Ascabard. This description is disturbingly similar to either MPD or demonic possession. A Prussian official said that Rothschild had an incredible influence upon all financial affairs here in London. It is widely stated that he entirely regulates the rate of exchange in the city. His power as a banker is enormous. When Nathan made a fuss, the Bank of England trembled. Once he tried to cash a check from his brother Amschel at the bank, but the bank refused, saying it cashed only its own notes. Nathan's volcano-like temper exploded. The next morning he and 9 of his clerks arrived at bank and began exchanging bank notes for gold. In one day, he had reduced the bank's gold reserves by a substantial amount. The next day he and his clerks arrived with more bank notes. A bank executive nervously asked how long he intended to keep this up. Nathan replied something to the effect of, "The Bank of England refused to take by bills, so I will not keep theirs." A meeting was quickly called and they decided that from then on the Bank of England would be pleased to cash any Rothschild check. Nathan's firm was named NM Rothschild and Sons. The firm met in the New Court building and, for the sake of brevity, will be referred to as New Court. New Court was so powerful that it even became a gold broker for the Bank of England, whose price I believe they still fix at will, though I may be wrong. He also founded the Alliance Insurance Company in England. The Illuminati has the Luciferian belief system that one's evil acts must be balanced by one's good acts. This belief system has led to the philanthropy of the truly evil elite, although much of this charity money goes to fund their objectives. Nathan hated the common masses, but his duty called almoners, particularly those acting on behalf of the poor Jews of London, reported that they got thousands, even hundreds of thousands, of pounds out of Rothschild, but hard. Evil acts must be balanced by one's good acts. This belief system has led to the philanthropy of the truly evil elite, although much of this charity money goes to fund their objectives. Nathan hated the common masses, but his duty called almoners, particularly those acting on behalf of the poor Jews of London, reported that they got thousands, even hundreds of thousands, of pounds out of Rothschild, but hardly a word and never courtesy. Nathan did not enjoy charity.
Lay 'em low
He was
and
good
burn
friends
their
with Thomas
shadow.
Buxton, the anti-slavery leader. The famous musicians Mendelssohn and Rossini taught his daughter to play the harp. When Meyer died in 1812,
Let's get
his
back to
oldest son Amschel took over the Frankfurt firm. Although Amschel was not the head of the family, he was its spokesman to the aristocracy. He was the one who would apply for the honors and titles for his brothers. He has been described as a crotchety warrior who clung to the past. He was socially odd, yet held great dinners that were the talk of the elite. Religion was a big part of his life, to the point of being called monkish. Even though he lived on a grand scale, Amschel had no joy. Much of this distress came from the fact that he had failed to have any children. After Napoleon exited Germany, a German confederation was set up, of which Amschel became the treasurer. In a sense, this made him the first finance minister of the Prussian Empire, which was created by the Confederation. Amschel's sorrow over his lack of children led him to pick prominent young men to treat as his sons. One such man was Otto von Bismarck, who would later become the Iron Chancellor of Germany. Amschel was the protector of his mother Guttel, who was the matriarch of the family. No one could receive full admission into the House of Rothschild by marriage unless she approved. Gutierrez smiled little and had a harsh tongue. One legend has it that a neighbor asked her whether there was to be peace or war. War? Guttel replied, "Nonsense. My boys won't let them." Sailor Man was the second oldest son of Meyer. Along with the other brothers, he was constantly traveling through Europe. What separated him from his brothers was his gift of diplomacy. He was more stately and complimentary than the others. Said one banker of Salomon, "Nobody leaves him without being comforted." In other words, he knew how to kiss up. It was this fact that led the Brotherstow send him to Vienna, Austria, to establish a relationship with the painfully aristocratic Habsburgs and with vain Metternich. Although the Rothschilds had attempted to enter a close business relationship with the Habsburgs and Austria, the Austrian royalty kept putting them off. Then Salomon came along. He rode in on a wave of newfound Rothschild power. Their name had become famous. One person described it as the two magic syllables. The brothers had become, as one biographer put it, the archdemons of progress. Salomon began to vie for Austrian ties through Ghent and Metternich. Eventually Salomon's diplomacy, Metternich's lobbying, and the below-cost method earlier used on the Landgrave broke down the wall between the House of Rothschild and the Illuminati Habsburgs. Austria began to employ the Rothschilds on a regular basis. Salomon moved into Vienna and bought a hotel and a house. Salomon knew how to play Metternich like the piano. Heck knew the right thing to say at the right time. He knew Metternich's quirks and prejudices, such as his vanity, which Salomon easily manipulated. Pretty soon Metternich and Salomon became close friends.
If any trace of Era still remains inside Pazul, I will bring it to the surface. specialist alive. Their wideband scans should reveal Narmer's purpose in this sector.
And what of your purpose, Natar? Were you sired only to be wet nurse to these putrid apes? Which of us truly needs to save the other?
Morning, sunshine! Get the short stick, did ya? Get a move on, then.
Paprika. 3. You're a good sword, aren't you? Yeah, I think they're gonna make a day of this.
House of Tao. Below, my people. Below them, yours. And I shall serve as shepherd and minister.
Oi! Give us a hand! No! Foot pedals!
Pretty soon Metternich and Salomon became close friends. The same goes for Metternich's right-hand man, Gentz. Gentz and Salomon were inseparable. Salomon was also a Freemason. It came to the point where Austria became so controlled by the Rothschilds that the government did not want to refuse the brothers anything. In 1816 Amschel, Salomon, Karl, and James received the title of nobility from the Habsburgs. In 1818 the Einigkeit Chapel Congress met to discuss the future of Europe. Salomon, Karl, Metternich, and Gentz all attended this congress. It was here that Metternich first met the Rothschilds. Gentz kept the minutes of the congress. He was called the Secretary of Europe. A Rothschild scheme, this congress totally shook the financial institutions of Europe. There was no denying the power of the Rothschilds. The divine right of kings had been overthrown by the divine right of money. At Einigkeit Chapel, the Rothschilds widened their circle of influence in the Illuminati. Salomon set up a new firm in Vienna. He financially supported Metternich's fight against revolution. Metternich had established the Vienna system, which controlled Europe after Napoleon's defeat. The Austrian leader began doing what the elite loved to do, sending peacekeeping troops into conflicts. 1814 to 1848 has been described as the age of Metternich, but since the Rothschilds financed and controlled him, it would be more accurate to call it the age of the House of Rothschild. The Order of Vladimir was conferred upon Salomon for his work with Russia. Gioacchino Rossini, the Italian opera composer who wrote Cinderella and the William Tell Overture, became a good friend of both Salomon and his brother James. In 1822, he, Metternich, Gentz, James, and Carey attended the Verona Congress. This congress was totally manipulated by the Rothschilds. They profited immensely by its outcome. Salomon financed the first important Central European railways. The Austrians began saying that they had an Emperor Ferdinand and a King Salomon. When it came to Austrian finances, Salomon got the last word. The people would show up at his office and beg for a royal laying on of hands. He only had to touch a gong or a stop, and its owner went away certain of its rise. Viewed through other Rothschilds, he gave immense charity donations. He bought the huge coal and iron works of Viktovitz. In 1843, he received permission to purchase inheritable agricultural real estate. Many people were against Jews buying private property, and he proceeded to buy up large amounts of land. He obtained the lease of Austria's mercury mines. This and the only other mercury deposit in Spain were controlled by the Rothschilds, creating a world monopoly on a key metal. Salomon was incredibly powerful. The next son, Hart, was the family's chief courier. He was the least intelligent of all the brothers. He was awkward when he spoke, and he had a nasty temper. One biographer described him as punchy. In 1821, Karl was sent to Naples, Italy, to oversee loans that were meant to finance Metternich's forces, who had arrived to quell a rebellion.
There you go.
While in Italy, the Rothschild mantle came upon Karl, and he made a series of ingenious deals with the Italian government that forced Naples to pay for its own occupation. He also helped Luigi de' Medici of the black nobility to regain his position as finance minister of Naples, and later did business with the powerful man. Due to his success, it was decided that he would stay in Naples and set up his own bank. He became financier to the court, the financial Viriad of Italy. Karl wound the Italian peninsula around his hand. He did business with the Vatican, and when Pope Gregory XVI received him by giving him his hand rather than the customary toe to kiss, people realized the extent of his power. The Pope conferred upon him the Order of St. George. It appears that in Italy Karl became a leader of Carbonarism. After the Bavarian Illuminati was exposed, Carbonarism, or the Alta Vendita, became the major European occult power. Karl's leadership in this group is very significant. In 1818, a secret Alta Vendita document that Carrie had participated in preparing was sent to the headquarters of Masonry. A copy of this document was lost, and the Masons got very upset and offered rewards for the return of this copy. The title of the document translates Permanent Instructions, or Practical Code of Rules, Guide for the Heads of the Highest Grades of Freemasonry. Last, but absolutely not least, was the youngest son, James. During the Napoleonic conflict, James had spent his time between London and Paris, supporting the Rothschilds' network of illegal trade with England. After the Wellington smuggle and the defeat of Napoleon, James became an established figure in France. He founded a bank there and began the French branch of the Rothschild family. James was a 33-degree Scottish Rite Mason. At this time, the French house was the center of operations for the Rothschilds. Even though successive revolutions would dethrone ruler after ruler, Rothschild power kept the family in control. James was good friends with the leading minister of the Bourbon court, Count de Villele, and he owned King Louis Philippe. He also secretly funded Spanish revolutionaries. His agent in Madrid was Monsieur Bellin. James yearned for social status, the pursuit of which was second only to money. He had gotten so powerful that the French exchange was deeply affected by all his decisions. Like his brother, Salomon, he pioneered the railroad business in France. He also bought the Great Lafayette vineyards. His bank, the Rothschild Frères, was in a league all its own. No one in France could even wish to be as powerful as James. As Salomon had, James received the Order of Vladimir for his work with the Russian dynasty. He also became a member of the Société des Antiquités. In the Rothschild tradition, as constituted by Maya's will, of trying to keep everything within the family, James married his niece, Betty Rothschild, the daughter of Salomon. The Rothschilds' main advantage was their incredible courier system. It kept the 5 houses connected. In fact, the Habsburgs used this system quite often. All evidence points to the Rothschild brothers being very powerful within Freemasonry. They were one of the leading families in occultism at that time in Europe. Many prominent Masons of their day praised the brothers. In 1820, due to Metternich's lobbying, Nathan was made Austrian consul in London, and 2 years later, he was made consul general. James was also made an Austrian consul in Paris. Metternich's promptings also provided something else very important to the family. In 1822, all the brothers and their descendants of either sex were made barons. This established social position for the Rothschilds. The Gens-Metternich team was very beneficial to the House of Rothschild. By this time, a few papers had run some upsetting articles about the family. Salomon asked Gens to censure any more unkind reports, and he also commissioned the Illuminists to write a bogus biography on the family that would portray them in a good light. Gens, now called the Pen of Europe, proceeded to write legends for the Rothschilds, and the family fully encouraged the propaganda in their social circles. The brothers had a system based on Maya's will, where only family members were partners or owners of the banks. This system is still in use today. The Rothschild banks bought everything up, from mining corporations to national debts. For instance, Newport has been controlling Brazil's debts since 1824. In 1836, Nathan Rothschild, head of the House of Rothschild, died. He may have been poisoned. The headship was passed on to his younger brother, James, by a vote of all the brothers. In 1830, the signs of Masonic-fueled revolution began to appear again. Metternich's peace of the world, they always call imperialism, peace, was being threatened. A new king was set up in France. The House of Orange was dethroned in the Netherlands. The fires of revolution were spreading through the Masonic network, and Metternich began to lose his grip on Europe. The revolution of 1848 in France dethroned yet another royal house. James went along with the Masonic agenda and financed this revolution, even though he was a friend of the court. The revolution marked the end of Metternich's age, and that same year insurrectors chased him and Salomon out of Austria. Neither returned, but a Vienna house had already been established. Others would carry Iten, under the direction of Salomon's son, Anselm. Metternich's descendants are still close to the House of Rothschild. After this, the power of the Rothschilds weakened. By 1855, all 5 brothers were dead except James. Napoleon III was now in power in France, and his advisors were the enemies of James. But Rothschild ingenuity came through again, when James got Napoleon to marry a Rothschild agent. James died in 868, and the family headship went to Alphonse, his son. The new trinity, 3 cousins, now ran the show: Alphonse of the French house, Wanel of the English house, and Anselm of the Vienna house, the new trinity. The 3 band together to destroy an enemy bank, French Credit Mobilier. Anselm set up a new firm, Credit Installed in Vienna, to combat the French bank. With the help of Lionel and Alphonse, he attacked Credit Mobilier until it collapsed. The new head of the House of Rothschild was Baron Alphonse de Rothschild. Alphonse was a suave, socially elite man. After the rail of France's Credit Mobilier, Napoleon stepped onto the Rothschild bandwagon. Alphonse was powerful. He had access to men like Napoleon III and Bismarck of Prussia. The Illuminati decided to get rid of Napoleon ill, so English Prime Minister Gladstone, friend of the Rothschilds, set things up so that Prussia and France would go to war. Napoleon proceeded to attack Prussia, and Bismarck responded in a fury, defeating France and banishing Napoleon III from the throne. The war indemnities were paid to Bismarck, who had a dislike for Alphonse, despite his connections to the family through the Rothschilds. Alphonse's brother, Edmund, was the one who helped create Israel. This will be discussed further on in the article. Alphonse married another Rothschild, but his love for her was not very strong. The Comtesse de Castiglione was a beautiful woman who was a Marilyn Monroe of her day. She was the mistress of Alphonse, his brother Gustav Rothschild, whose daughter married Assar soon, and Napoleon III. Anselm Rothschild of the Vienna house was a shrewd playboy. He destroyed Credit Mobilier with Credit Installed, and in 1861 he became a member of the Austrian Imperial House of Lords. Anselm had many mistresses, and his wife left him because of his adultery. He died in 1874. Lionel Rothschild of the English house inherited New Court. He financed England's Crimean War, Cecil Rhodes' South African Kingdom, vast copper and nitrate mines, and the purchase of the Suez Canal. Lionel's younger brother, Anthony, was knighted by the Queen. Another brother, Nathaniel, bought the renowned Mouton vineyards near Bordeaux. Lionel was a good friend of Prime Minister Disraeli, who was controlled by Rothschild money and Gladstone. He also probably paid for Lord John Russell's election as Prime Minister. Lord Tennyson, whose poems are used in programming, attended his house parties. Lionel has been described as grouchy and crotchety. In 1858, Lionel became the first Jew in House of Commons. After 11 tries, the British Parliament gave in and allowed Rothschild to take his seat. Not a single significant political move by Lionel was recorded during his stay in Parliament. He was a member for 15 years. In 1879 he died. After Amschel of the House of Frankfurt died without an heir, two of Karl of Italy's sons came to take over the
We
business.
need to destroy the reactor.
But they also remained heirless,
Reactor will
bearing
have tight
only
security.
daughters.
Watch out for enemy
When the
patrols.
last brother died in
Okay,
1901,
we're looking for the mainframe.
the
It's critical
Frankfurt
that
Bank
you deliver
was
the payload to
liquidated.
that location.
I believe they did not try to continue the original bank because they knew that Germany was about to be caught up in the turmoil of the world wars. They eventually set up another Frankfurt Bank after Germany's turmoil. The House of Italy ended the same way. The one son of Karl, who had stayed in Naples, produced only daughters. And when Garibaldi's red shirts unified Italy, this remaining son, out of character for a Rothschild, chose not to accommodate the new powers and moved to France. Thus ended the Italian branch. Rothschild influence in America. This subject is so massive that it will only be touched on. In 1837 August Belmont came to the U.S. during the Panic of 1837. August Belmont appears to have been a Rothschild proxy. Belmont bought up government bonds in this panic, and his success eventually led him to the White House, where he became the financial advisor to the President of the United States. His policies helped pit the North against the South for the Civil War. Judah P. Benjamin, who according to A. Ralph Epperson was the Kelvii war campaign strategist for the House of Rothschild, held many key positions in the Confederacy. He was apparently connected to John Wilkes Booth. J.P. Morgan has been called a Rothschild agent. His father was one of the many elite who made their fortunes by shipping supplies past the North's blockade and into the Confederacy. J.P. was a major supporter of an American central bank. Interestingly enough, he is reported to be related to Alexander Hamilton. In 1869, J.P. Morgan went to the House of England and formed Northern Securities as an agent for Newport in the U.S. Then, in 1907 J.P. Morgan shuttled back and forth between London and Paris, presumably getting orders from the Rothschilds. He returned to America and instigated the Panic of 1907, which led to the need for a central bank. Another man who appears to be connected to the Rothschilds was Thomas House, who also made his fortune slipping supplies past the North and into the South. His son, Colonel Edward M. House, was one of the main Illuminati figures to control America during the early 20th century. Some of the Bauer line of the Rothschild family moved to America and took up important positions in the hierarchy's network. The House of Rothschild and Israel. The Rothschild relationship to the Jews is deceiving. The family stance is publicized as pro-Jewish, and they have given abundant charity to Jewish causes. But their support of the Jewish race has, in most cases, been used for the sole purpose of controlling the direction and profiting from the Jews. The Rothschilds have been described as the royal family of the Jews. Many leading Rothschilds have been dubbed King of the Jews. But what kind of Judaism do the Rothschilds support? Do they support the Orthodox Jews who believe in the Old Testament and are waiting for the return of the Messiah? No. Do they support Messianic Jews who believe Jesus Christ was the Messiah who came to save all men?
Job well executed.
No. The Rothschilds support those Jews who have fallen prey to the deceptive Gnostic and occultic teachings of Kabbalism, and in turn support the Illuminati-controlled Zionist movement. Not all Zionists are part of the conspiracy, but their leaders are, and the ultimate leaders of the Zionists have been the Rothschilds. I am disappointed by some researchers who automatically coin the conspiracy a Jewish one. This unfortunate stumbling block has polluted their work, making it just as misleading as the information put out by the popular media. These researchers seem blinded by the fact that the conspiracy has abused and manipulated the Jewish race more than any other group in the history of the world. The hierarchy of the Jews has sat back and allowed the attack on and control of the Jewish masses for the furtherance of Satan's agenda.
Hostage is almost out of
I am
time.
saying this to
Hurry.
let you see that I am not anti-Semitic. I believe that there are people who call themselves Christians who are part of the conspiracy. At the same token, there are people who call themselves Jews who are part of the conspiracy. To call the conspiracy Jewish is ignorant. I believe the Rothschilds to have been involved in Kabbalism, Jewish Sabbatism, or Frankism, all of which
Use those consoles to change
are
the
involved
destination
in
of the
witchcraft.
world. One of them has to lead
This
our
belief
agent.
is strengthened by the Rothschilds' use of the occultic seal of Solomon as a family symbol. The city in which the Rothschilds originated, Frankfurt, was deeply anti-Semitic.
Escort them to
The
extraction.
Rothschilds were constantly striving to overcome the boundaries put on them because of their culture. It is very likely this birthed a bitterness in their hearts towards Christian society. This bitterness, and the need to facilitate more profit and power, were most likely the reasons why they accepted the idea of a Jewish state. I will assume that the readers understand that the Zionism, the restoration of Israel concept, is an unbiblical sham. The following quote will help you understand the Rothschild attitude towards the Jews. The first principle of the House of Rothschild was to amass wealth, and the liberation of the Jewish race from oppressive restrictions contributed indirectly to this end, since it would facilitate intercourse with the rest of the world and thereby increase the possibility of financial gain, which in turn would serve to increase its power. The Rise of the House of Rothschild by Count Egon Corti, p. 124 to 125, Amschel of the Frankfurt House was constantly harassed by anti-Semites. As a result, he became the Grand Almoner and Grand Protector to the German Jews. He helped sweep away the chains of Jew Street. He pressed, in the end successfully, for the Jews' enfranchisement as free citizens of Frankfurt. One of the main Rothschild agents used to promote the emancipation of the Jews in Frankfurt was Frederick von Gentz, the evil pen of Europe. At this point, I must clarify something for the reader. There are three Baron Edmund Rothschilds, and all three have been involved with the nation of Israel. To avoid confusion, I will number them. Number 1, Baron Edmund the Rothschild - 1845 to 1934, House of France. Son of James and brother of Alphonse. #2 Baron Edmund Eddie L. de Rothschild, 1916, House of England. Son of Wone Nathan and great-grandson of the infamous Nathan Rothschild. #3 Baron Edmund de Rothschild - 1926. House of France. Son of Maurice and grandson of #1 Edmund. The story begins with number 1 Edmund, the father of Israel. During the Crimean War, which was funded by the Rothschilds, the small Jewish community in Jerusalem became cut off from all outside support. This resulted in semi-starvation. Number 1 Edmund's father, James, set up the James Meyer de Rothschild Hospital in Jerusalem in response to this problem. Number 1 Edmund picked up his father's interest in Palestine. When the Russian Jews fled the Tsar's pogroms in the 1880s, Edmund began to finance the Russian Jews' attempts to establish colonies in Palestine. It is clear that number 1 Edmund was a fan of Zionism. His charities were not only aiding the persecuted, but were promoting the concept of our turn the homeland. The Baron's money drained swamps, dug wells and built houses. It founded industries ranging from scent factories to glass works, form wine cellars to bottle manufacturers. The Baron established his own administration in Palestine, and his overseers dictated to the farmers exactly what crops were to be grown and where. The man who set up the first Zionist Congress was Theodor Herzl. He attempted to get the support for his plans to restore the Jewish state from the Rothschilds, but many members of the family were opposed to Zionism. The Rothschilds supported those causes which they could profit from, and the integration of Jews into the European culture was profitable for them. One Rothschild told Herzl he was an Englishman and proposed to remain one. One Edmund, on the other hand, was leading a Rothschild plan similar to Herzl's that slowly created a Jewish state controlled by the family. Number 1 Edmund did not oppose Zionism. In fact, he supported Herzl's cause, yet he felt Herzl's plans should not be implemented so soon. They were to be accomplished quietly, stealthily, not by shouting from the rooftops. Plus, he was concerned that Herzl would take away too much Rothschild power over the slowly forming Jewish state. The Baron continued to support his own colonies, and though Herzl was socially supported because his ideas facilitated Rothschild power in Palestine, he was not allowed to implement his plans. Number 1 Edmund did not want Herzl in control. Later, after Herzl had died and was no longer a threat, Number 1 Edmund admitted that Herzl had been right, and went right on pouring money into the Jewish homeland. 1 Edmund had a tight-fisted control of the colonies. The Baron was a dictator who expected the colonists to obey him unquestionably. In 1901, the Jews in Palestine sent a delegation to the Baron, who told him, "If you wish to save the Yishuv, the -83 Jewish settlement, first take your hands from it, and for once permit the colonists to have the possibility of correcting for themselves whatever needs correcting." This upset the Baron. He replied, "I created the Yishuv, I alone, therefore no men, neither colonists nor organizations, have the right to interfere in my plans." Herzl was succeeded as president of World Zionism by David Wolfsohn.
I have detected another
Wolfsohn got the full support of Baron.
Decode the signal.
Wolfson's successor was Otto Warburg. Another prominent leader of the Zionists was Chaim Weizmann. Weizmann was on better terms with Number 1 Edmund than his predecessor, Herzl. He made this observation of the Baron after their first visit. In manner he could be both gracious and brutal. And this was the reflex of his split personality. For on the one hand he was conscious of his power and arrogant in the possession of it. On the other hand he was rather frightened by it, and this gave him a touch of furtiveness. The Baron Rothschild told Weizmann he would finance a Hebrew university in Palestine. With Weizmann's appearance on the scene, the Baron became closer to Zionism. In 1914, Number 1 Edmund traveled to Palestine. Edmund could scarcely believe his eyes. Tel Aviv had become a city, and his miserable windswept colonies had been transformed into lush gardens. His journey to Palestine was hailed as the prince returning to his people. Later, the Baron Rothschild told Weizmann, "Without me Zionism would not have succeeded, but without Zionism my work would have been struck to death." Another Rothschild embraced Zionism through Weizmann, Lionel Walter, the second Lord Rothschild. Apparently this upset some relations. The Balfour Declaration, which declared England's support of the creation of a Jewish homeland, was addressed to Lord Rothschild too. Lord Rothschild also received the documents of support from the League of Nations. Charles T. Russell sent a letter to Lord Rothschild that praised him for his work towards a Jewish homeland. After World War I, Britain ruled Palestine, and the Rothschilds ruled Britain. Also, a bulk of unpaid debts to the Rothschilds by the failed Ottoman Empire gave the family more control over Palestine. Then came Hitler. According to Walter Langer, a psychoanalyst who wrote the book The Mind of Adolf Hitler, their demonic German leader was a grandson of a Rothschild. Adolf's father, Alois Hitler, was the illegitimate son of Maria Anna Schicklgruber. It was generally supposed that the father of Alois Hitler was Johann Georg Heidler. There are some people who seriously doubt that Johann Georg Heidler was the father of Alois. An Austrian document was supposedly prepared that proved Maria Anna Schicklgruber was living in Vienna at the time she conceived. At that time, she was employed as a servant in the home of the Baron Rothschild. As soon as the family discovered her pregnancy, she was sent back to her home, where Alois was born. It is believed that Hitler, who was totally created by Satan's empire, attacked Austria first, in order to destroy the Austrian records that proved his Jewish ancestry. As Hitler's demonic attack on the Jews progressed, one would imagine that the Zionists would come to the rescue and offer Palestine as a safe haven. Not so. Many European countries shut their doors to the Jews, including the Palestine colonies. The Zionist-controlled immigration laws in Palestine were very strict, and it was near impossible to escape to the Jewish homeland. In fact, the Zionists refused to admit there was a Holocaust going on, although evidence points to them knowing. I suppose in their minds it was okay to sacrifice a great number of Jewish lives in order to promote the idea of a Jewish state. To delete the Holocaust was like shooting dead a herd of cattle to receive the insurance payment, said Michael Caesar in his book. Zionism Reconsidered. Not even the events of 1933 aroused them Zionism's political interest. They were naive enough to see them as a God-sent opportunity for an undreamt of wave of immigration to Palestine. When the Zionist organization, against the natural impulses of the whole Jewish people, decided to do business with Haida, to trade German goods against the wealth of German Jewry, to flood the Palestine market with German products, and thus make a mockery of the boycott against German-made articles. They found LTTLEA opposition in the Jewish national homeland, and least of all among its aristocracy, the so-called kibbutniks. Hitler forced the Jews to wear the six-point star as a sign of shame. It was this same symbol that the Rothschilds were named after, and the same symbol that the Zionists promoted as a symbol of Jewish national identity. Do you see the contradiction? Said Jewish author O.J. Graham in The Six-Pointed Star. Not all the concentration camp victims were Jewish people. Many were Christians. Spiritually, a parallel can be seen in the rituals to Ashtaroth and Moloch, where the victims were burned as sacrifices to these false gods. Were the victims of the Nazis someone's sacrificial offerings?
Let's check what's next.
I believe they were. Remember, the six-point star was the symbol of Moloch and Ashtaroth. Unfortunately, few Jews will tolerate a discussion of this subject. After World War II, the UN, spurred on by the Illuminati, created horrors against the Jews, panted Israel its statehood. Weizmann was the first president of Israel's Knesset, which was built with Rothschild money. The occultic hexagram is on the Knesset, and is also displayed on the Jewish flag. The six-point star had made its way from Egyptian pagan rituals of worship to the goddess Ashtaroth and Moloch, toking Solomon when he went into idolatry, say Graham.
OMG.